All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking to begin in about a minute or two. So just craving your patience a little while longer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello. We're going live in the next minute. So if you could just settle on a little bit for me, please. So we are now seconds away from our start. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, beautiful. How are we doing today? How are we doing? Sir, how are you doing? Okay, great. I want everybody to be doing as well as this gentleman here. My name is Karen Lewis, and I want to welcome you to the second workshop in our series, and this is our financial literacy for community champions. We had a very wonderful time yesterday in Kingston. That was the first workshop that we had. This is the second, and I just want to say welcome to the second workshop in the series. And I want to welcome you all to here to Tropics View Hotel. And are we all deciding that we're going to have a good time today? Yes. Are we deciding that we're going to be transformed when we leave here today? Yes. Are we deciding that we're going to soak up all the information that we get when we leave here today? Yes. I'm only hearing from this table here, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, at the other tables, are we going to soak up the information that we're going to get today? Yes. Are we going to use it? Yes. Are we going to be community champions? Yes. All right, wonderful. Before we go any further, I just want to say that our workshop here today, it's being hosted by the JN Foundation, the Caribbean Development Bank, Basic Needs Trust Fund, and Canada's Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF. We're pleased to have representation from various community groups, agencies, and partners who all share a common interest, that is to build stronger and more financially resilient communities. Before we go any further, though, there are a few persons I want to recognize. Mr. Richardo Aiken, he is a community development specialist with the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. Aiken, could you acknowledge yourself? Good morning, good morning. Great. Miss Stephanie, and not Sidonie, Miss Stephanie Coy, Program Manager, Field Support Services Project. Miss Coy, thank you. Miss Claudine Allen, she is the General Manager, JN Foundation. Miss Allen. Wonderful. Miss Sidonie Preddy. Okay, there she is. Beautiful Sidonie. Miss Rose Miller. Miss Rose here with, okay, great. Omar Wright. Fayonia Myrie. Where's Fayonia? She's probably busy. Okay. And Chevanese Peters. These are the hardworking persons from the JN Foundation. Our special guests today, representatives from the community groups and our community champions, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, once again, I say to you a very, very, very good morning. This is a table I work with me for a morning, you know. Maybe we're not going to have problems, but we'll sort it out. Sorry? No, okay, no. That table plus this gentleman right here. This is Mr. Lyndon Knight. Okay, great. So today's session promises to be informative and practical, and that much I can tell you. It will be informative and it will be practical. We encourage you to do active participation throughout the day. Have your questions ready. Ask whatever questions you might have, because once it is that you have them, we have a team of experts who are here ready and willing and able to answer these questions. At this point in time, I'm going to welcome Mr. Omar Wright from the JN Foundation team. He will do the icebreaker, set the tone for today's presentations, and also give you some housekeeping, deal with some housekeeping matters. So please make welcome Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Karen. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. All right, awesome. Now, we are supposed to be energized, so we need to start the morning. I know some of us might be journeying from a little distance to get here. We're coming all the way from Kingston, but all the way from Kingston is not really all the way from Kingston, right? Because of the highway. No. Before we get started, there are some housekeeping matters that we want to go into, but I am going to be ably assisted. You will see this young lady on the slides right throughout the day. When you see her, it's an indication that the activity that we're going to be doing might be energizing, and so you are going to have the opportunity to win prizes. So when you see her showing up on the slides, just get ready. We are so happy that you are here, and we are looking forward to an enriching experience this morning. Now, some housekeeping rules. We are going to actively listen to each other, and we must hasten to say as well that we are joined by participants online. So can you just look to any of the cameras? Production team, tell me which one, and say hi to those persons viewing online the live stream. Say good morning to them, and we welcome them in. We're going to actively listen. We're going to ensure that we are respectful and we're inclusive of the voices that we will hear and the views that will be presented here. Engagement, of course, but we're going to engage in a manner where we are being respectful. We are going to also be sure that we are avoiding interrupting each other. Now, we are live streaming, so we're going to ask that you, when you have a question, you use the microphone, because we want to ensure that those persons who are viewing online, the live stream, they are able to hear. So if you have a question, if you have a comment, we'll be roving in on the floor, so you use the mic to ask your questions. Again, we are going to be engaging with you. Please to ensure that if you have your questions and we might not be able to take them at that point where we are, you can put them in the parking lot. When we have break, you can bring those questions to the relevant persons. Restrooms are on my right, your left. There is a male and female restroom, so if you need to get there. Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi passwords for those of you who are not yet connected to the Wi-Fi. Let me just tell you what the Wi-Fi password is. So the name of the network is CWC. It's 2114349. So you can look for that, connect to it. The password is R, all lowercase letters, R2 TT PTT GFRYV. So let me do that again. It's R2 TT capital P TT, come on, GFRYV. Right, when you have a chance to connect, just let me know. All right, so as we are going to do an engagement, and it's an expectation for us to understand what you are expecting from the workshop. But before we do that, I'm gonna ask you to stand, and we're going to get the blood flowing. I'm just gonna ask you to stand where you are whilst we bring up the Kahoot game. So now, I am a big kid at heart, and every time I get the chance to do engagement activities, I like to get the audience engaged. So who knows? Father Abraham, how many sons of Father Abraham? and I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just praise the Lord. Right hand, right foot, heads up, heads down, turn around if you can, sit down. All right. So that was our little engagement. Get your blood flowing. Is your blood flowing yet? All right. And now we are going to do an expectation check. This is a tool that we're going to use for the engagement right throughout today, the workshop. It is Kahoot, and the instructions are going to be when you see the screen coming up, you are going to go to Kahoot, that's KHOOT.IT. So remember now you have to be connected to the Wi-Fi. If you have your data running, that's also okay. So you are going to kahoot.it. So it's KAHOOT, I'm sorry, .it. Right, we seem to be having a little bit of internet delay, and here it is. We are going to launch the game, and you will be given a game pin. So you should be given a game pin. It will be coming up in a few. Right? So your game pin, you're going to enter the game pin. Your username is going to be your name. So again, the website is kahoot.it. kahoot.it. All right, I see people are logging in. I see Stephanie, I see Brian. Your game pin is 571995. Game pin is 571995. For those persons viewing on the live stream, again, the website is kahoot.it. The game pin is 571995. All right, so I see 5 persons have registered for the expectation check this morning. We're now at 7, 8. All right, I think we have a room of almost 40 persons or more, and we are at 11. The game pin is, the password for the Wi-Fi, for those of us who are, it's R2, TT, capital P, TT, G, F, R, Y, V. Hi, good morning. So it is CW for the one with 49. There we go. Password is right here. R2. TT. Are you connected now? Oh, let me help you. Okay, so you go to kahoot.it. All right, we're just waiting to have everybody connected to the Wi-Fi and able to participate in the activity. So, you are already connected to the Wi-Fi. So your name is on the board. Type your name in and it will come up on the screen. Your Wi-Fi is off. Here we go. This one. RTTT. All right, we are about to launch the game. All right, so we are at 31 persons that are have entered the game, and now we are going to start. And then you're going to look at the screen. When you see the questions being asked, you are going to see color codes, but you have to pay attention to the screens to know what your answers are going to be. All right? So expectation check in 2, 1. If your mood was a weather forecast, what would it be? Type in your answers. You have a minute to do that, or 30 seconds rather, to type in your answers. If your mood was a weather forecast for today, what would the forecast be? Would it be sunny? Would it be raining? Right, we have answers coming in. We have 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see. Overcast. I hope we can change that. Rain. Windy pending storm. Oh, somebody says their mood is Margaret. Okay. Sunny, cloudy, yellow, sunshine. All right, so all of the people who are bringing sunshine, we hope we can spread it to everybody else today. So the pending storm, never that. Hope we don't have any storms. Windy, we can take just a little, not a lot. All right, because we need to be cool. Next question, okay? Again, look at your screen. The question is there. Share one word to describe how you're feeling now. One word. How you were feeling now. All right. We have 21 responses. Right, so pensive, relaxed, moody, optimistic, okay, tired. Oh, I hope that you'll be energized. Sunny, blessed, great, happy, excited, anxious. Hopefully we can change that. Anticipation, okay. Calm, energized, blissful, content, nervous. No need to be. And sad. Oh no. but happy, happy. We're going to be happy because we're going to get tools and practical things that we can take back to our community-based organizations to help us continue the great work that we're doing. Okay, the final question. What's one thing you're hoping to gain today? So one thing that you're hoping to gain from the session today. Yes, so you have to match the color. So the words are, so red is knowledge, blue is connection, orange is skills, green is confidence. You can select as many as you want to. So, the one word is not enough. All right, we have 35 responses. All right, 37. For those persons who are unable to log on to the Wi-Fi, we'll be coming around to assist you. And for those persons who are on the live stream, you are not left out. Your responses are being captured as well. All right, let's see. So knowledge, like that, skills, and then we have connections and confidence. Hopefully we will build all of this. We'll share knowledge, build your confidence, empower you with new skills, and of course you will make connections from this workshop. So this is the tool that we'll be using for our engagement. You will have prizes and surprises that you can win when we go further on into the workshop. We just wanted you to have a chance to use the tool at the start so that you get familiar with it. And so we'll go now into the workshop overview. Why are we here today? What we'll be doing. So you would have sent in your application for the financial literacy workshop for community champions because you would have seen value in the work that you would have been doing in your community and you want to improve upon that. And so from this workshop, what we are going to do, we are going to help you make an assessment of the financial management system or the financial management practices that you already have in place, how you can improve upon them. We're going to help you, give you practical tools and templates so that you are able to manage your finances in a efficient, effective way and follow some good practices. So we'll be having a 2-hour session where we'll go through all of the financial, what it really means so that you understand, and we will also do an action plan. We will also have you speak to the funders. You heard about the Caribbean Development Bank. You heard about the Local Engagement Action Fund out of Global Affairs Canada. They will come and present to you what funders are looking for and how you are to design your projects so that you can access funding. We will also give you an opportunity to speak to the regulators for friendly societies, for charities in the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies. So you will have an opportunity to speak to them. If your organization is registered already, but there are things that you need to put in place, then you will have an opportunity to ask them questions. If there is anything that is not clear to you, you will have an opportunity to ask questions. We'll also have the banking, because we know that you are desirous of having bank accounts, but sometimes there are some challenges with that. So we'll have a banking representative in JN Bank here, letting you know all of the things that you need for the opening of a bank account. As well as we will have just some testimonials, some case studies about how you go about having your bank account, and that will round off our day. We will have engagement activities right throughout. You will have an opportunity to do an action plan, both for your financial management system as well as to open your bank accounts. And at the final, we'll come back again and do an expectation check to see if we have met your expectations as you have outlined them. So, are we energized and ready to go? Wait. Are we energized and ready to go? Yes, we're awake, energized, and ready to go. I will now hand over back to our host, Karen.
All right, guys. So that was a very good energizer session, right? All right. So Mr. Linton will work with me. You see, I think we need a prize for Mr. Linton. Whether him win in the Kahoot or not, I need something for Mr. Linton. I'm also thinking the person who was pending storm and windy, post burial, I think you're not from St. Elizabeth, right? Because I'm assuming you don't want to stay away from all of that kind of drama. But I'm hoping and I'm confident that before we leave here today, that weather forecast for you will be updated to sunny. And especially because of the practical nature of the session that we'll have and just how much you learn and how much you'll be able to take back to become a community champion. Before I go any further, I also want, this is another housekeeping matter, for those persons who have the live stream link. Everybody has a link or you know that there's a link. It's being live streamed one. Good morning to those persons who have joined. So once it is that you have the link, just share it with your other persons in your community groups. Those persons who are not here with you today, but we want everybody to benefit as much as is possible. We're going to keep our program running, and at this point in time, it is my pleasure to invite representatives from the Canada's Local Engagement and Action Fund, Ms. Stephanie Coy, and she'll be followed by CDB's Basic Trust Needs Fund, Mr. Richardo Aiken. So at this time, please make welcome Ms. Stephanie Coy to the podium. Apologies.
I was wondering if he didn't want you to hear me. Good morning, community champions. Good morning. I am really very happy to see the turnout today in my hometown of Manchester. So I'm happy to be back here and happy to see the faces, and I'm sure we'll have a wonderful day today. On behalf of the Government of Canada's Local Engagement and Action Fund, we are indeed very happy to be a part of the hosting of this financial literacy workshop for community champions. LEAF is the local development initiative grant-making mechanism under the Field Support Services Project in the Caribbean. We provide funding and organizational strengthening support to civil society organizations in 8 countries: Jamaica, Belize, Guyana, Suriname, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I must say, we did approve a project in Manchester last year. They are actually going to be doing their first activity tomorrow, and that's St. John's Bosco. So last year also, we provided training in proposal writing, and this year we did a training in results-based management. I'm not sure if anybody was here when we did that training in results-based management. Anybody attended that? Okay, Gregory. All right, wonderful. So you'll be able to add to some of the information we're sharing today. I'll call on you. As a project, LEAF started in 2022, and we will end in 2027. Our aim is to ensure we are able to develop and implement the organizational capacity building initiatives in a way that will be sustained beyond the time of LEAF. To this end, we are working with our partners, the Caribbean Development Bank and CDIMA, to develop an online proposal writing module. Now, with everybody that's in here, I'm sure you have at least prepared one proposal for funding. Is that so? You haven't prepared? Some persons haven't done any yet? Anybody in here has prepared a proposal to receive funding as yet? Oh, a few, okay. And the complaint that we get most times is, I don't remember how I'm to answer these questions. what am I supposed to write again for the outcome? How do I determine what are my activities and what's the impact that I'm supposed to have? And so the proposal writing module will be an on-demand training support that you will be able to have to guide you in preparing your proposals. And when you have new volunteers or new staff members, they'll be able to go online and get the information on demand. We also will be providing training workshops throughout this year and into next year. So we will continue to have conversations to identify where your capacity gaps are and to implement tailored interventions that meet you where your needs are. Okay? So today is all about financial management systems, and we are here to share and to learn from you what some of your challenges are, and also to share ideas with you as to how you can overcome those challenges. So I look forward to speaking with you again, and I'm now going to hand over to Richardo.
Put your hands together for Stephanie. All right, all right. All right, good morning, everyone. Good. Thank you so much for turning out in your numbers. It is really awesome to see community agency representation at such what we call a prestigious event that focus at the heart of what we do within the development space. I'm Richard Aiken from the Caribbean Development Bank within the social sector division. Want to also allow my other two colleagues to stand. Indy, Wave Indy and Samantha. Indy is a knowledge management person who ensure that we get quite decent visibility, and Samantha is in charge of strategic partnership. And we're all dressed in black today. I don't know why, Samantha, and came here together in a white vehicle, right? But for CDB, we have a basic needs trust fund program that started in 1979, and it's the banks before I was born, right? Don't get any ideas, I didn't start it. And the idea was around poverty reduction and improving lives of those who are most vulnerable and at risk, right? Could I ask my SDC colleagues to stand, please? Stand. As I started to talk about, and my former SDC colleagues to stand as well. Yes. So SDC is doing a great job across the Caribbean. There are quite a few of us who would have worked at SDC at some point. I left SDC in 2016. I was the parish manager in St. Ann. And just looking at the number of SDC logos, I was hoping I could have CDB on one side, Indy, and SDC on the other side. But it's just awesome as to the level of work that takes place at the community level. So back to CDB and our basic needs trust fund. It's quite similar. It's how do we ensure that we improve lives of those who are most vulnerable and at risk across the region. And we do quite a bit of work in Jamaica through the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, in areas related to education and training, providing access in terms of building additional classrooms. We do safe passage as well in some areas where we ensure that the children attending school have safe access to and from school. And we also do some work in terms of infrastructure, like access to farmers. We do a lovely road project in Trelawney, Mendestown, where the yam farmers will now take their yams out easily. We did another project in Epworth in St. Ann, where we do a major road rehabilitation. And that's beautiful. But there's nothing more impactful, and I'm sure I'm speaking to the converted here, in any community than leaving the community in a better space than you went and saw them. It's about capacity building. So despite all these interventions, right, I don't think basic needs trust fund since 1979 was able to take any community out of poverty, right? So we would have had some impact at some level, but in terms of transforming to make a community well off, and we spent millions of dollars, right? But that in itself cannot do the kind of transformation that is required. So the idea now is what we're doing here today in collaboration with the beautiful, beautiful Jamaica National Foundation, and you must put your hands together for them here too, right? They're super awesome. And I think the idea is if we could focus at the community level on building capacity, that you lead them in a space where, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, they're able to access development resources, they're able to manage their own affairs, they become the champion for change. And if we could focus still on the infrastructure, but also a little bit more on the capacity as well, then what we could see is alarming. And we are here today just because of that, where we have the Jamaica National Foundation and the Global Affairs Canada Local Engagement and Action Fund, SDC, the lovely, lovely, lovely Department for Corporate and Friendly Societies, coming together to make that transformation at the local level. So for us at CDB, we are happy with these types of collaboration because we can't do it from Barbados. And the people in Jamaica also need the support. So we want to thank you for coming out, but us being here today is because of humility, of agency, understanding that you need to also look at the priorities of other organizations too. It's also about collective responsibility and being selfless as well. So we hope you enjoy this session, and we are looking forward to the results of this intervention. We are not here just for today, but we want to measure over the next few months and years to see what types of transformation we could see across Jamaica because of these 4 workshops that were held in Kingston, in Manchester, Mandeville, in St. Anne tomorrow, and in Montego Bay on Thursday. So you are the agents of change. You are the true champions. You are the ones we salute daily. Your attitude is the one we hope we see in every community we visit, because you're awesome, you're beautiful, and on your shoulders rests the future of our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Mr. Aiken. At this point in time now, we're going to move into the meat of the matter, which is the first empowerment session, which is entitled Financial Management Systems for Community Groups. This session will run for approximately 2 hours, and it will be led by our very own Miss Rose Biller from the Jane Foundation. So please help me welcome Miss Miller, as she will be the lead presenter, as I said, for this forum, this part of the presentation, and give her your undivided attention, please. So at this point, please, ladies and gentlemen, make Miss Miller feel welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rose. What's yours? Let's try this again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rose. What's yours? I hear Natalie. I hear Yolanda. Shelly Ann. Wayne. Marjorie. All right, Roma. Okay. Lyndon. Yeah, we hear about you. So we want to start by just allowing you to get a feel for the meaning of some of the terms you're going to be hearing today. All right? We don't want you to hear something and say, what that mean? So we're going to clear that up. So in your package, we do have a glossary of terms. So I'm going to invite you to turn to that. Found it? All right, so first up, what is a financial management system? That system is how your group manages funds and plans its money. Now, a system has many parts, and so does the financial management system. It helps you to manage and plan your money. The budget, hands up if you've ever heard that word before. Every day, love that. All right, so the rest of us who didn't have a hand up, first time you're hearing it now, but by the end of the day, you're good. So what is a budget? A financial plan that outlines projected income and expenses over a set period. The variance report. Let me just explain this by saying, when you do your budget, you decide that you're going to spend $5,000 at the supermarket and you end up spending 7. Yeah? So the variance is the 2. All right? Different from what you planned. Internal controls, these are procedures that help to safeguard assets. Now, assets are things of value. Whole heap of money them worth. And it ensures accurate reporting and prevent misuse of funds. Restricted funds are funds that are allocated to do a specific purpose. So in the context of your project, this amount of money, restricted, can only be used for this purpose. Procurement policy, or buying stuff, these are documents that set out rules that guide how the organization acquires goods and services in a transparent and cost-effective manner. And when we buy, we are always looking for cost-effective. I'm not going to say cheap, right? Cost-effective. So that policy will help you along there. Being audit ready, a state where financial records and documents are complete, up to date, and organized for viewing. And this can be internal or external viewing. You have internal audits or you have external, all right? Financial reporting, the preparation and presentation of financial information for stakeholders and funders. So it could be for your group. It could be for the funders. It could be for the authorities, DCFS. You hear they're here, okay? Cash flow, the movement of money in and out of your organization. The chart of account, a structured list of all financial accounts an organization uses to record its transactions. It serves as a guide for recording specific financial transactions, ensuring consistency and accuracy. So if you decide that under the chart, you're going to put everything concerning purchases to a particular account, then if somebody's looking through your books, they will know that everything concerning that, this is where you find it. All right? And not all over the place. So it is structured. Segregated fund, the practice of separating donor or project funds from general operating funds, either through accounting or bank accounts. Donor compliance, this is just simply obeying what the donor says. If the donor says you are to report every 6 months, then you comply by doing just that. Grant management, the overall administration of grant funds from planning through to implementation and reporting. Results-based reporting, reporting that links financial spending with measurable project outcomes and impacts. Transparency. Who can give me a definition for transparency? We all love that, right? Yes? No? Clear, yes. Precise. Everybody know what's going on, right? No dark clouds. Open, clear, honest. Formal banking arrangement, setting up of a bank account or accounts for an organization to safely hold, manage, and track your money. Asset management, and remember we made that word asset before, things of value. So the process of tracking of everything the organization owns, making sure it is properly cared for, used responsibly, and accurately recorded. This includes inventory, such as goods for sale or donation. Accountability, that's another word we all love, right? What that mean? There you go. Is you cause the problem? You say, you fess up and say, I did it. This is how I'm proposing to fix it, kind of a thing, and not cast blame elsewhere. So we love that in the project space. Key performance indicators, or KPIs, specific measures that help you track progress towards the goals that you have set. They show if you're on the right path or if changes are needed to improve the results. Now, sustainability is another one we love in the project world. What does that mean? Aha. Go. It can stand the test of time. This project doesn't die with you, right? It lives on because you have set it up, organized it in that way. Bankable. This means that a person or group or project is strong and organized enough that a bank or investor would feel confident giving them money. Now, this workshop will help you achieve that if you're not there as yet. All right? So when you hear those terms, you kind of can tune in a little easier now because you have met them before. So the main theme for this presentation is financial management system. System made up of many parts. So the key points are main feature of a financial management system and how we can design one. As we said, when you leave here today, you're going to know how to do that. Approaches to financial planning, budgeting, and managing for community groups. Thank you so much for coming. This is where you fit in. You're going to be much smarter when you leave here. We're going to align financial practices with donor requirements, managing for transparency and accountability. Sounds good so far? All right. So this discussion explores the advantages of utilizing a structured approach to managing the financial affairs of your group, add value, and we're going to talk about the DART values: dependability, authenticity, respect, and transparency. What is a financial management system? Simply put, it keeps track of where your money is going. System, different parts. Understand clearly how money is spent. We all want to know that. That's why we do the budget. We plan wisely for the future. And again, this is going to sound like a recurring theme. The budget helps you to plan for the future, whether in your personal lives or in the life of your group. Maintain transparency, trust. Members can trust you. And that's super, super important. Again, whether in the group or in your personal situation. And it also facilitates financial reporting in a timely manner. Now, timely depends on your group. Timely could be quarterly, timely could be monthly, timely could be weekly. This is where you have the flexibility to indicate what that is. And of course, when you have done all of that, you will earn the confidence of the donors, which you all want to do because that's where you're going to get the money, right? And of course, the members. When we have those two things coming together, the members will stay and you will get money. And so you can do your work. So accountability you mentioned before. If you did it, say it, fess up. Let's deal with it. Let's move on. Because we all make mistakes, right? But when we don't know about a mistake, then it cannot be corrected. And that's more problematic. Transparency, open books. Members can see. The executive of your group knows what's going on. You can make informed decisions if you have a good system in place. Your records are up to date. You know what is going on. You don't have to guess. Do I still have money left? Is the project on track? Is the project over budget, under budget? You can make informed decisions. And of course, you will attract funding because funders love when you can present your book, open the books, and say, this is what we're doing. This is what we have done, and we have the documentation to prove that. Funders will love you. So the main features we're going to be talking about today, we're going to talk about 8 features, actually. I said 7. We're going to talk about 8 because we want to give you some more. First one is clear roles and responsibilities. That is so very important because each person in the group and the executive needs to know what is the role I'm going to play. You need to know that before you can actually execute. And so knowing your role is vital. The treasurer has a super important role, not true? Yeah. One of the most important in the group. This is the money man or the money woman. So treasurer needs to know what is his responsibility or her responsibility. You manage the overall funds of the group. Occasionally, we have an assistant treasurer. Any group in here with those two posts? You have a treasurer and an assistant. If you don't have an assistant, boy, the treasurer overburdened. You know that, right? There's a lot of work. So appoint one if you can. So the assistant is usually like the bookkeeper. He supports the treasurer and keep everything on track. Signatures are important because these are the people who sign off on things. Whether it is money, whether it is purchases, these are the people who said approve, stamp. So whether it is your vouchers, and let me just pause here to say, this is so important because even if you have the documents and they are not signed, that's a breach. You know that, right? You could write up the prettiest petty cash. If it's not signed, approving, it is not valid if the regulators come to check on it. So signatures are important, not just for moving money out of the bank account, but for regular, everyday documents that are to be signed. So that's one. Number two, internal controls and policies. We do these because we want to reduce risk. And we have all kinds of risk that we're trying to reduce here. We have fraud. Yeah? And fraud is not a word we like to talk about, but it's a real word. And so we have to put structures and policies in place to reduce that. We want to build trust, like we said before. We want to improve transparency. We want to support decision making with all these policies that we are putting in place, the internal controls, so that everybody will know how we do things in this group. And it might be different from another group, but when you are a part of this group, this is how we do things. We get 2 quotations, for example. Or a group might say, I want 3. We need 2 persons to sign. A group might say, I want 3. But this is how we do things internally. And you have to set that up on your own. You can liaise, you can collaborate. What's going on over there? Let me hear your best practice. Let me hear yours. And then you formulate yours. But it's specific for your group. It will definitely reduce confusion. When you have policies in place, and like we say, everybody knows how we run things around here, no confusion, right? If you're looking for something, you know exactly where to go. If you're processing something, you know exactly what to do. Because a policy has been set up for that. And of course, it will help to attract funders. We tell you that the funders love when you have your things together. They really love that. Simplifies the matter for them. So make sure you have internal financial controls and policies. We cannot overstate that, because that's going to be your guiding roadmap for how you do things. So we have some examples of internal controls. 2 persons can approve or should approve, if that is what you have set up. Best practice is definitely not 1. 2 or more. Signatures at the bank requires 2 to sign off. You can have more than 2. And why would you want 2 or even more? It's more efficient. It's easier because sometimes you want to ask somebody to approve something. The person is not available for whatever reason. And so you can move on to another person. Whether it is online banking you're doing or you're actually doing checks or whatever. It is so much easier when you have access to more than 2 persons on your account. Of course, you're going to be very careful as to who you put there, right? Hold on, I never hear that. Yes. You have to be very careful who you put on the account, right? All right, so cash management, we want to be setting clear limits as to how this is going to work. Who's going to sign for what level of funds? And we're talking futuristic here for many of us, but we're talking about you groups going on to being huge groups, eh? Yeah. Only Linda and one believe that. We are talking futuristically that the group that is small in 2025 is going to grow. So when I say a limit for somebody might be $500,000, you might say, that is my entire budget. But when we move up to big groups, that is probably just a purchase or something. So vision, get the vision. We're moving up. So you have different limits. You have 200,000 limits, you have 50,000, a million. Who can sign for those? So we have to set those limits. Receipts and documentation. Again, very important. Every time you buy something, you must get a what? Receipt. Let's say that again. Every time you purchase something, you must get a what? Receipt. So that is what was that? There you go. Don't have no receipt? I don't know what happened to the money I gave you. In fact, if you have no receipt, I should not be reimbursing you for anything. I should not be drawing a check. I think with the receipts though, you notice that they disappear after a short while? So what are we going to do with them? Yeah. Or scan, or get a written one, yes. And some people, they don't want to give you a receipt. Just plant yourself until you get a receipt, all right? You're not moving, yes. Some people say demand your receipt. Consumer Affairs will tell you that. Demand your receipt. Okay. We also need a conflict of interest policy. Conflict of interest. Conflict is not such a good word, not true? Most of us don't like that. But conflicts can be good. No? Providing what? No, we're not with the interest part yet. We're not doing the interest part yet. Just the conflict part. So conflict can be good. We can have a conflict, but we can resolve it, right? We don't have to agree, but we can agree that, I don't agree with you, but that's it. Yes, agree to disagree. Doesn't have to be adversarial or anything. But when... Say that again, sister. What's your name and say that again.
I'm Ava from Maidstone Community Council. Conflict can bring out issues that needs to be dealt with.
And what happened when those issues come out? I wonder. Ava, what happened when those issues come out in the group?
They can shed light on things on areas that can make an organization fail. So when they do come out and they're dealt with, it can make the organization stronger.
All right. So Eva has said two things. That is wisdom. We don't want to get our tails up when we have a conflict. We want to be dealing with the situation and resolving it. But conflict of interest in the context of your group. Here's an example. So this group is going on a trip. Yeah? Not like trip. And Nardia has a boss. So this group decide that we're going to use Nardia's boss. Is that conflict that? What do you think? Say that.
That has to be a conflict.
It can be a conflict. But it doesn't have to be. Here's the thing. We can agree that when we're going on a trip, we're going to use Nardia's bus. But here's something else we also have to agree on. Nardia have to make sure that the price is right. She can't come say because we're using our bus. She going to charge us a big money. When we could get a bus from this table over here for half the price. Nardia, you can't do that, all right? All right? We can use the services that Nardia would provide, whether in her family or whatever, right? We can support, right? But Nardia can't rip us off by charging us a big money to take us, all right? Oh, she can ask for a big price. Yes, you are correct. Say that loud and clear.
No, I'm saying that Nord is Nordia's boss, and it's her responsibility to put her price. It's our responsibility to see that we get the best price.
And- okay. And I hear Lyndon over here saying, but Nardia should not be part of the plan that the decision-making plan that said we're going to use Nardia's bus. And him right. You have to step out of the room. No, you can't say that. All right? So conflict, we need to ward against that because a lot of that is happening and it will impact the credibility of the group. Approval of payments, we want standard payment vouchers, not just any piece of paper. Create something. And so as part of the policy, we know that when we're applying for when we are requesting a check, this is the form we use. We want to be monitoring our petty cash. Now, this is another area I want to talk a little about. Petty, what does the very word petty mean? Small? Anything else? Simple? Simple? All right, we take simple and small. So when we say petty cash, it means a small money, right? All right, so some components of petty cash. We need a float, which is how much money is in the petty cash. And depending on your organization and your expenditure level, you can determine what the float is. Again, part of your policy. So suppose I determine for my group that petty cash float is $50,000. Petty, small. If I have something to buy for $10,000 or $20,000, that's petty cash? Hello? No. Start with the float. Start with the float. Because some organizations, because of their budget, they can have a heavier float. Right? Right, there you go. But if you have 50, 10 is too big. Yeah? If you have 200,000, 10 can work. Okay. Glad we're on the same page. Because 10,000 could be a small purchase for that big organization. All right? But petty cash must be approved, again, authorized, and whoever is receiving the money should sign for it. Something else about petty cash. It needs to be in a safe place. Only one person should have access to it, and that person is responsible for that. If the treasurer should draw down, and it doesn't have to be the treasurer, but more than likely, if the treasurer should draw down and say, let me check the petty cash, it better come to what? How much is that? It better come to whatever the float is. Either in vouchers or a combination of both. And that petty cash should be checked randomly at any time. So we don't want no IOU in there and those things. Yeah? And it is best practice. Don't want no IOU. If you send money out, write up the voucher and make sure again you get a what? Which should be attached to the petty cash. And you can reimburse your float as you see fit. When it's almost done, whatever. Independent reviews are suggested because that will help you to get in line, to stay on track. Some are not mandatory, not now, but they may become mandatory. And so you have to get in the practice, right? But internal reviews, you should just do it as a matter of course to make sure that everything is going right with your documentation. Do it before you're forced to do it. So you get in the habit of doing that. So you can design your own templates or you can pull down some off the net. It's a wonderful time to be alive when things are free on the internet, not true? Free of cost. So this is what a petty cash log would look like. You can either use this for reimbursement or you can track it as you go along. So you have the float, and then in those lines you're going to put what you're expending the money on, and if you have any cash left back, and how much you're reimbursing. This is something you can create for your group, very simple. So you have the date, and you can buy petty cash vouchers as well, not expensive, but you can also create. You have the receipt number, if it has a number, because we know sometimes it don't have no number, depending on where you buy. What did you buy? How much it costs? What you're gonna charge it to? As per your chart of accounts that we discussed earlier, all petty cash would go to this chart of account number. Who got it and who approved it? More examples. Funding may require different types of controls. When we get money, the funders may say, this is how I want you to manage it. And you can have unrestricted funds, which you heard about earlier, or restricted funds. No, you heard about restricted funds earlier. So restricted funds, who want to share? Because we spoke about that earlier. Restricted funds. It's on my board now, so I can just read it and put up them on. All right, come.
All right. Funds that shouldn't be touched unless it's for a specific reason. For example, if we have a project to work on and say we got $10 million, that fund cannot be placed into, say, a back-to-school event. It should only be used for that project.
There you go. Unrestricted funds can be used for general operation or urgent needs or something. But once it is restricted, it is designated, it is specific, don't get into any trouble. Right. Good practice, we want to be tracking these funds, and we can use different sheets. Excel is an awesome tool. If we don't know how to use it properly, do something about that, all right? Because it can be a powerful tool to be used in your organization. So we can use different sheets, different columns, or if we have like a formal system, like a QuickBook, we can set up under the chart, as we discussed earlier, a sub-account. And so everything connected to X, Y, or Z would go to a specific sub-account or a specific column in the Excel sheet. You may be able to use restricted funds for salaries and so on, but you have to get it approved before. So if you want to change the purpose of the fund, you have to go back to the donors, because you have already told them that this is what you're going to use this funds for, as per your budget when you submitted that. So our third point is budgeting and planning. So budgeting is a financial roadmap to get you to a destination. And if I were talking personal finance, I would say financial independence. But we're talking project, so budgeting gets you to the place where you can have your activities and all of that planned and organized and funded and accounting and so on kept streamlined. So how do we do a budget? So we're gonna have this event. What are some of the things that we would be putting in a budget? The cost of your hair is covering your name. Say that loud.
Tashika.
Tashika, nice name. What would you put in the budget?
Expenses, such as probably you need a tent to rent,
Okay, yes.
chairs,
Yes.
probably you're providing lunch, whatever you need, persons.
And all these things, you're gonna break it out as per the event. And different events may have different budget lines, right? If you're gonna have like a medical fair, you might have some different lines than you are gonna have a workshop for something else, because it's specific to events. There are some things that are gonna be general, transportation, lunch, and so on, but sometimes it's very specific to the event. So we're gonna create the budget, and when we do the budget, we must make sure we put everything in the budget. Yeah? We're not going to have necessarily no contingency line. We're going to try and do a really complete budget. We're going to take account of inflation and price increases, especially if you do the budget January and the event is April, May. This is Jamaica where things move. Jamaica moves, yeah? So we have to bear that in mind. So refreshments and so on would go in the budget as well. We also want to be comparing the actual expenses with what we had budgeted. Because sometimes with the best will in the world, I'm coming, then budget is not going to pan out like we expected it. Yes. Have a question? No, and we said we don't like the word, man. We don't like the word. We want you to fine-tune it, and we want you to maybe put a little extra if you think that you are a week or 2 or 3 months away, but we don't like the word miscellaneous. Yeah? We want to be updating the budget as well. If we have new activities, new costs are going to come in, so we want to update the budget, making it realistic. Yes. So we have a simple budget template. We're going to list the activity, workshop, blood drive, whatever. And what is this activity right here? I'm going to put it there. So administrative, this is the category. Again, this would be something like on the chart you would see administrative costs. Hold on, when we say utilities, you know some people when they have their budget, they put utilities. Is that good practice? All right, so let me see if you, hand if you say yes. That's good practice. Utilities. Hello, hands up. Utilities. All right, good. And the people who are saying no, what would you put? Come on now, Natalie. Tell them how it go.
Electricity, water, rent.
There you go. Yeah. So don't put one line that says utilities. Put electricity. Itemize. Sorry, hold on. Let's hear each other. Sorry, let's hear each other. Yes.
Broad heading for utilities and then separate below that, you break it down as Natalie said.
Okay, so that's where your headspace was. Okay. All your headspace too? Yes. Oh, okay. So we're all on the same page now, right? We must see how much is light, how much is water, how much is phone bill? Yes. Okay. All right. And everything is itemized. So we're talking now audits, review. You see that phone card thing? You know how much money that can run up? Uh-huh. Yes. Watch it. Audits, reviews, and regular reporting we're talking about now. So audits must be done, it's a check, but it must be done by someone who is outside of your group. All right? External. In terms of audit, for checks like with external audits, that is the formal audit. But sorry, we can have internal audit, which is done by persons in the group, but external to the money thing. Right? You're not so close to the money. All right? Right, so treasurer cannot be involved in that because it would be a conflict of? Oh, there you go. So we're going to review. And like I said, get ready, get practicing, because there may come a day when you actually have to do external audits. Right now, it is kind of not mandatory if you are not registered or so on, although it would still be good, but there may be coming a day when you have to do that. So the reviews now, we're going to do that periodically. Again, your policy will determine when you do these reviews. Regular reporting or financials. Ideally, every month we should do financial. Every month, so you can keep a track of the money. You can know how much money you have left and all of that. Every month you can get a report so that you can plan a little better. It is important to decide, though, on the frequency, monthly or quarterly, for your specific group. And so this is a simple financial report. Again, we go back to the admin and the utilities. We have total budget. And if you're fortunate, you have a US dollar account. We hear about that later on. More about that. And so that's planned expenditure in green and actual over here. This is very good, eh? You plan to spend 24 and you spend 12. I wonder if you got some discount or something. Or is it that you did not do some things? More than like you did not do some stuff, right? So it couldn't be discount. Too heavy, not true? Too heavy. So you probably did not get around to doing some things. No, but you would still have planned to spend 24, but you actually executed spending just 12. And that's always good to come in below budget once you have accomplished what you set out to do. And you know, we have some really smart money people. They can find deals. They can do some serious collaboration. They can get some serious sweat equity. And all of that brings down the budget, brings down the spend. And we like that. All right? So our fifth one is financial record keeping, and we spoke a little about that before. And just this quotation up here says a lot. The faintest ink is more powerful than the strongest memory. Agreed? Yeah. Put it in. Put it in writing. We want to be keeping accurate records, up-to-date records, clear records. And if something is not clear, kind of fix it. Right? And by the way, when you buy stuff and you get an invoice, it better says the name of your group. Because if it doesn't say the name of your group, that bill is not for your group. And you should not be paying it. If the auditors see that, then that's a problem, because that is not your bill. Why are you paying this bill? Sorry? No, the supplier should issue. No, the invoice. The invoice. It's the invoice, not the receipt. So we want to be keeping real time. And real time don't mean necessarily right now, but as close to right now as possible. Right? Not execute something and 2 months' time, you're catching up with the records. You can have stuff falling through the crack if you delay. Keep the records safe as well. Only persons who have access to them should see them. So how nobody don't ask me how that fit in with transparency? Eh? That would seem conflicting, right? Yes. But suppose the members want to see. You say you spend that and the members want to see. Yes, they do. Come on now. That's what I want to hear.
Could plan a specific time to view the records. Like all members could be present and the records have been viewed.
Because you don't.
As well as you have your annual general meetings that you will present your financial reports. So that will enable some level of transparency at that time.
What we're saying is that all the members can just walk into the place, come into the filing cabinet, pull it open, and start go through records. Yeah, that's not on. And do keep backups. Digital, again, great time to be alive. You can have digital records. In the cloud, Google Sheets and all these things. So some good practices. Keep the physical copies because we still need that for audits. Yeah, we don't gone so far yet. Auditors not taking, external auditors not taking digital records. Not yet. They want to see them, all right? But we can have digital backup, like we said. We must number the vouchers and the invoices must be correct and have all the relevant information. The date, who you're buying from, what's the cost, and all those things. Make sure you check and make sure it belongs to your company. We can use a simple Excel sheet or cash book or ledger. if that's the best we can do, but as long as we have it in writing, that is the important thing. We want to be assigned a specific person or team to check on missing records. And do that often so that everything is in place. I'm kind of close to somebody who is doing some accounting for an organization. And it is so frustrating. Because every turn you turn, there's something missing. And that just takes a lot of time to be backtracking, to be finding out what is going on here. And guess what? That run up your bill. Because these people charge by the hour. So when you have everything in place and you hand it over to whomever, everything is there. Yes. And another thing, I like to say, when the auditors come, I don't have to be around. You just hand them a file and everything is there. They don't have to be calling you to find out what happened to X or what happened to Y. Everything is there. So we're going to assign a specific person to check to make sure that that is happening. If we are in receipt of cash, we don't want them hanging around. So we're going to take them to where? Who knows what happened to cash that just hang around? It goes missing, misuse, it get lost, yes. Yes. Can have a fire, that too. So lodge the cash promptly. And as you're doing your records, it is also good to make sure that you're also doing your reconciliation on a regular basis. Because you know when sometimes you're not so now with online banking and so on, but when you draw a check sometimes, you know, you think you have money in the account, not true? But guess what? We have a couple checks out there. Haven't been cashed yet. So when you see money in the bank account, you feel sweet now, and you go and spend. But that money actually does not belong to you. You have checks out there that were tendered that were not yet tendered. Gregory, you have a question? Yes. Or regular recon, so you know what's going on at any point in time. So we say have backup in cloud, Google Drive, to make sure that you don't lose your records. Let's skip that. We talk about that all the time. So formal banking arrangements. So our group needs a name to get a bank account. Yes? All right, so hands up if we already have at least one bank account. Okay. Anybody with 2 bank accounts? Any group with 2 bank accounts? Awesome. Okay, good. So we need a name. We need signatures, like we said. 2 minimum, more than 2, really awesome. What are the benefits of having a bank account, though? Number 1 benefit, you'd say, is what?
You keep your money safe, and if there's a fire, your money won't be destroyed.
Right, yes.
Easy access to funding.
Okay. That was Anicia, and this was Linden. Come again?
Funding is insured.
I'm going way ahead now. What else you have to tell us about that insurance?
If something happens to that fund, if you have it at home, then you won't get it back. But if it's in a financial institution, then you can easily get it back.
So what do you name? Robert. Robert, attack of the thing, you know that, right? And who knows the name of the organization who will give you back some money, not all. If you have a whole heap of money, you're not going to get back all. But who knows the name of the organization? Yeah. No? JD? I see. Yes. Sing the song. Yeah. So you will be able to get back a whopping 1.2 million. So if you have 10, yeah. Oh boy. But at least you're starting with something, which is better than if it were at home. Right? It's better than none. All right? So it will also enhance your group's credibility. Definitely. It facilitates digital transactions. Fast. Right? Need to pay a bill today? Send it through this morning. Depending on which process you use. Same day. Yeah, same day. Please note though, my banking people will tell you, you have two methods of sending money. One costs a little more than the other, so make sure you know what you're doing, all right? Yes. So it will keep the funds safe, and you also have access to additional products that the institution will have. So when you're part of a banking institution, people them know you. You have access to products and services. We're going to talk more on banking later on. So 7th is asset management. Asset, that valuable word again, asset management. We're going to track everything we own that is of value, because we want to know where it is, and that is super important. Who knows that a laptop can just leave a group, and if you're not checking up on it, time will pass and you don't know what happened to it? Yeah. Every day it happens? Yes, some of these things, valuable things, will take flight if you're not tracking them. All right? So make sure that you have a register. You know what they are. Things that have serial number, we're going to put serial numbers. We're going to put the date we purchased them. We're going to put the cost. And when you get into the real fancy accounting thing now, you're going to have to depreciate them, because they depreciate in value, meaning they lose value. And so there's a formula for your taking off some of the value every month. Okay. Taking off some of the value every month. And at the end of a period, then what's on the books is $0, maybe for that motor car, because it is fully depreciated. All that happened to. Can I tell you that we have already established that it is a great time to be alive, right? Because information is right at our fingertips. So we don't have any reason not to know something. We can go to Google University, not true? Are you best friend? You have whole heap of competition. Google University. Can I also encourage us to learn something new every single day? Every day. And you know, in your group, you can appoint somebody who will do that. This is this person's role to make sure that this group knows something new today. Spend a 5 minutes. Recordings and videos, those are intangibles. The stuff you can touch, the laptop, the cars, the buildings, and so on. But all of them must be managed. Supplies and inventory are so important. Anybody in here in a group where you actually have inventory? Things you're selling? No? Okay. Anybody in here own a building? A group own a building? Piece of land? Why are you laughing? Don't reach here and say it? Oh, we're talking big, you know. Yeah? Not yet. Yes, in time. Oh, building? Come on now. Land or building or both? As if you can have building without land. All right, so tell us a little about that. And how you were able to do that.
All right, so we operate the Crooked River Skills Training Center. A group of community members came together and were able to acquire a piece of land. And then through partnership and funding, we were able to construct our buildings. How long ago? Since 2015.
And how long your group has been in existence?
It has been in existence since 2012.
Not so long ago. Congratulations, not so long ago. Good job. Vision. We're talking about vision, eh? Yes. It's happening, it's happening. So what kind of documents should we have when it comes to managing our assets? We said earlier, asset register. So we're going to describe everything we own, identifying features, numbers, whatever. We're going to make sure we add stuff when we get them to the asset register. So we shouldn't be looking at it and say, you know, we bought a new this, but it is nowhere to be found on the register. We want to make sure that it's been updated. We should maintain the assets we purchase so that they will do what? Come on now, say it loud. Last long. Maintain what we purchase so they will last us for a long time. So if the people say we are to service X every 2 years, guess what we're going to do? So that we can enjoy the long life of the asset. And we don't have to keep on buying the same thing over and over because we didn't take care of it. We can now move on to the next asset. And they do what?
Appreciating value.
Yes. And even when you want to sell them, you can get a good price. Maintain what we have. How do we dispose of records? There are prescribed ways to dispose of records. Records management is a science. Yeah? Which we didn't come here to talk about today, really, because it's a serious thing. How we store them, what we store them in, when we dispose of them, how we dispose of them, that is a whole ball game by itself. But for what it's worth, and we have the e-waste as well. So we don't throw things out, we take them to, no, not cloud. MPM people, what the name again? Metropolitan Park and Markets, yeah. When we have like machines, equipment, and so on, they will actually take them from us. So we don't have to clutter up the place with them. So we remove them from ownership, we take them off the asset register, because we are disposing of them. Your policy? Hello? Your internal policy? Good question. The committee that you set up to approve and to stamp, record it, have it written down. Yep, write them off. Good question. And our last area we're going to look at is risk management. Risk can happen any day of the week, any time of the day. True or false? But we can take steps to make sure that we manage the various risks that will happen in our groups. So some of the ones we can watch out for: theft or fraud, signatories that are not available, but we already fixed that because we said we're going to have 3 or 4, right? So at some point in time, we should be able to find 2 people to sign. And by the way, if the people leave the group, what's supposed to happen? Can we say that a little louder? If the people have left the group and they were signing officers, what is supposed to happen? We take them off everything. Access to everything is discontinued. Are we not going to feel any way, right? You know, some people, they feel so close to the group, they're not here, you know? But they feel so close and they have contributed so much and all these things. No, it could be different situations why they are leaving. Yeah, some people don't know how to spell leave. But we have to take them off the group. You have a question?
Yes, I was saying, my name is Shellyan. I was saying that when somebody is leaving the group...
Can we listen to Shellyan, please, so that we can all learn from her wisdom?
Normally, we would ask them to send in a resignation letter. And then from the resignation letter, we would bring it to the bank to let them know that they are no longer in the group and so on. So we move from there.
Right. Yes, that is what is supposed to happen. They are supposed to be taken off, signing officers. If they have keys, you get back your keys. If you have situations where you need to change codes and so on and passwords, yeah, we have to do all of that. And it is not that we are dissing the people who are leaving, it is just good management. All right? It is just good management. So a risk is definitely poor documentation. You have the receipt, but it can't be read. That's not helping anybody. You have the receipt, you have the various documents, but they're not signed. That is a risk. Oh, so spending beyond the budget. Hold on for the mic, so the people online can hear.
Yeah, somebody issued the receipt for me but left off the TRN. I said, no, I need it. And they said, no, I don't, you don't need it. I said, no, I cannot record for that money unless you get it. I give them back my money or put on the number.
Bad up the supplier, no?
Yeah.
You want everything, right?
Yes.
Yes, man. You must get full documentation of everything, all right? So spending beyond the budget can be regarded as a risk because it means that something is going to be shortchanged. So you're going to update the budget or make sure you stick within the budget. If we have no rules and policies, that's a risk. And if we have them and they are not being followed, guess what? Just like we never had them. That's a risk, all right? And if we are not following the terms of the donors' grants that they have given us, problems. Not only will you not get any more in the future, but guess what? They can't, come on, who said that? Come on, wisdom over here. Wisdom is over here. What can they do? What can the donors do?
They can withdraw the funding. Withdraw the funding.
Seriously?
Very, very seriously.
Big risk, right? Yes, big risk if we are not following their instructions. And who wants to get funds and the funder say, this is not working out. Can I please have back my money or what's left of it? That's not cool. That's going to also affect your credibility as a group. Blacklist. I hear the word around here. Yeah. So those are some of the risks we can watch out for. But how can we lessen them? Mitigate them as the big word I use. How can we lessen those risks? And we spoke about it earlier. See, the truth does not lie because we come right back to internal reviews and controls. Because you'll see it ahead of time, you'll fix it, you'll make sure that it's accurate. We can also use password protected systems so that any and everybody will not have access. Or let me put that another way. Only authorized people will have access. We definitely must establish an emergency fund. And this is true for your personal lives and the life of your group. Emergency fund. Now, what is the purpose of that? What can happen? What can happen? Hansel? Hansel, what can happen?
Hurricanes.
Like which one?
The one just gone.
Like hurricane, right? And there was a bigger thing out there, man. We all forget? Can we say that word again? Can we say that again? Did we learn anything from COVID? And what it actually means to be able to manage during an emergency? Listen, I don't like how enough people didn't learn. Did we learn anything from COVID with respect to having a backup? With respect to having an emergency fund? We learned, not true? So we're not going to repeat that, right? Whoa. Whoa. No, man, we're talking about lessening the risk. So we're going to set up an emergency fund. No, we don't have no control over COVID or the likes that will come. We have to manage things that are within our purview. All right? So that when those things touch down, we are ready. And such is an emergency fund. Something in reserve. something that you can turn to. You know, yesterday, who heard about this shutdown is where? France? Yeah. Lights out and all these things. Man, people them didn't even have money on them person. Now that's a new kind of emergency, you know. And probably in those places that's not gonna happen to them again. Because they learn now. I'm telling you, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. So we also want to be training team members in the basic financial policies. We don't want policies that we have established but nobody knows about them. Yeah? So they must know that they exist and they must also use them. So who's going to be the watchdog to make sure that these things happen? Everybody. Treasury have enough work. So everybody, let's watch out for everybody in our group. Right? This is each one helping the other one to be compliant. Is they must do it?
No, but they should be the one that makes sure that things are in place.
And then everybody in the group making sure to watch over the other person, right?
Yes.
Teamwork.
I think that COVID also helped us to be online. Here you are online now.
Yes.
I don't think before COVID you would have been
not at all
going to so many people, you know.
Not at all. So that's one awesome thing from COVID. And you know, we're always able to reach the world, but we never use it. But we're backed up into a situation, couldn't get out, and man, the pivot happened so fast. And now that's one thing we are not letting go, being able to reach all the continents. Yes. So make sure everybody's smart up. And like I said before, appoint somebody who's going to smart up the entire group. A new concept every day. A new word every day. A new definition every day. Yeah. Make it happen. All right? Succession planning. Let's talk a little about that. I hear only yes over here. We have experience with that? Yes, we have to make sure that the sustainability happens, the continuity happens, right? So we have to train up some people as we are going along. Make them shadow the executive. Pull them into leadership. Yes. Have something to look back and say, you know, I trained that person. I'm so proud of them. So proud of them. And we'll have better groups, eh? When a lot of people know what's going on, a lot of people are able to do what needs to be done, we're going to have better groups. But more importantly, we're going to be able to, when we have election, we don't have to be scratching our head and say, who's going to be president now? Who's going to take up the executive reign? And we have to put out the AGM because we don't have nobody on the slate. Nobody don't have that problem in here, right? Okay, good. But train up some people so we'll always have people in the wings waiting to take up leadership or working alongside. What if a donor delays funding? That goes a little back to our emergency fund, because if the money don't come in as planned, guess what? We have a cushion. We have a cushion. Everything don't have to stop because we have a little cushion. So donors delay aren't always in your control. I don't think they're ever in your control. Yeah? Donors can change priorities. Sometime midstream. Hello, we live in that now. They don't look like, no, sorry. They don't look like them. Brian, you have my husband's name. Hello? So, we're living one of those changes right now. Tell them about it, Brian.
The change in presidency in the United States of America. So with that, a lot of funding got cut. A lot of aid across the world got cut. So we're living that at the moment.
As we speak. As we speak. And sometimes it is not as drastic as that, but things happen in those jurisdictions, in those companies. And they don't have the money no more. So, yes. So that's out of our control. That's the political decisions. No more money coming. So build up our reserves so we can help ourselves, we can continue, and we can have this plan so that everything don't shut down the next morning after you get the letter that says the fund is reduced, the fund is discontinued, or something like that. That's a risk we have to manage because that is totally out of our control. Totally. How much time do I have, Omar? Okay. All right, so these are some principles that we want to communicate to you lovely folks today. We use this at our institution because we think that they are valuable and we think that you cannot, they're not trademarked to us, so we want to pass them on to you so that you can use them as well. And we call it the DART principles. So we have D for, read with me now. A for, R for, and T for. All right. People need to be able to depend on us, eh? If we say we're going to do something, we need to do it. Trust is rolled up into that as well. So be dependable. In our groups, it is super, super important. You say you're coming to the meeting, turn up. You say you're going to be part of this committee who's going to make sure we have an awesome fundraiser, do it. It is dependable people that's going to push groups forward, help them to achieve their mission, because we need hands to do the work. So keep your promises, say what you're going to do, and do it. Don't just say. I was about to ask, and you don't have to raise your hand, but I was about to ask if anybody has the experience of talkers in the group who talk, and you don't have to put up your hands. No hands going up right here. No hands going up. But, you know, it's almost universal because guess what? We are people and a whole heap of us talk. But they have a song for that, right? All right, who know that song? Might not make no singing here now. Come here, Nardia. What is the name of the song?
I don't remember the title, but I believe the song is Action, Not a Bag of Mouth.
Anybody else know the song? All right, so after 3, we're going to sing that, all right? No. We're going to just say that part so that it will always be etched in your memory that you're going to act, you're not just going to talk, all right? So after 3, and I better call Omar because I don't sing. Come, Omar, after 3. 1, 2, 3.
Action, not a bangamot. Action, not a action, not a bangamot. I need some tender saddest.
All right, so it is all about action, not a bag of mouth. So when you say something, you're going to do it. Being authentic, we need to be honest, can do about what you're going to be doing. You know, sometimes we really want to look good and impress people, but we can't reach up there, so. Them goals are kind of too lofty because of many things. So be honest. Be authentic. One day, when things get much better, we're going to be able to do those, but not right now. And that is not saying we not to have ambition, you know. It's just to be real. And sometimes we have to stretch ourselves, yes, but know the limit of the elastic. All right? It will break, and when it breaks, it can be problematic. Again, it can affect our credibility. And that is something we never, ever want. Respect. There's a saying we should first respect who? Because if we don't respect ourselves, we cannot. Do we believe that? Awesome. Awesome. All right. So how do we respect in our groups? We respect the team members, the members. We also respect the rules that we have. Who didn't know so that would come under respect? Yeah. We need to respect the rules. So if them say the meeting start at 7:30, guess what? And we also show respect if we're not able to turn up and we actually call ahead and say we're not able. Yes. That's showing serious respect for our group members. And do we need to talk more about transparency? Want to get the message, right? Yes. So when you think transparency, just shout some words at me. Open, honest, see-through, record keeping, accurate record keeping. Yes. Open book. All right. So I think we got the message. I think we got the message. So remember now, this is my last slide because the vibes man is going to come back. Remember now, it is all about action in many, many, many ways. Making sure you have a documentation. Making sure that you do your budget. Making sure you do the reviews. Making sure you're ready for audits. Making sure you have serious plans. Making sure you have an emergency fund. Making sure you have somebody designated in the group to make sure that the group learns something new every day. You can do that, right, for your group? Yolanda, you can do that for your group, right? Yes, all right. This is your group? So you hear the commitment? She's going to make sure you're all smarter by December. Real smart. Making sure that everything you learned this morning and later on, you're going to take action on it. It is not about hearing as much as doing. You know, some people have a saying, knowledge is power. You believe that? Yes. You believe that is a complete statement? Yes. Oh, okay. All right. So, talk to me. Yes. Knowledge is power. Good. But
unless it's utilized.
Must be utilized.
Must be applied.
It must be applied. Who else want to chime in? Okay. All right. Behind me? Okay. All right. Nadia?
Unless it's passed on.
Hey, come on, give me a high five. Yeah, yeah. No. Some people keep the knowledge. Some people don't share the knowledge. I know that, you know that, but some people hug up the knowledge, as they say. Yeah? Yes, they are selfish. So they keep the knowledge. But learn something new every day. Put into action what you learn. And thank you, Nadia, because that is always my third point. Share the knowledge with someone else. There you go. Action and sharing. Yeah. All right, so thank you so much. You have been a great audience. The Vibes Master is coming back. And him said, when you see this lady, things will happen. You ready for the things to happen? But they've been happening from morning, truthfully, you know. They've been happening from morning, man. All right, but more things. All right?
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Miller. So that is the first section of the presentation to build your financial management system. And I did share this morning that when you see that lady on the slides, that means there is action. All right. And I'm seeing Brian singing now. Okay, so this is where we do a check of what you have actually learned from the session, part one of the session just now. So this morning we would have asked you if you were able to connect to the why. Oh, I see somebody have the Kahoot up already. Okay, all right, all right. I like the eagerness, I like the engagement. You're ready for the prizes and surprises. So we have a basket here. We have fans to cool you. We have goblets. We have a whole lot of giveaways. But first, we are going to go to kahoot.it. So you see the instructions on the screen. When you get to it, once we launch the game, you will have a game pin. Then you will put in your name. It's very important that you put your name because you are going to have a leaderboard. So instructions are you have to look at the question on the screen and you have to match the correct answer or answers by the colors. Right? You gain points if you have done it quickly. And you gain points if you have done it answered correctly. So you have to be quick and you have to be correct. We will have prizes for those persons who are atop the leaderboard. Are we ready? No? Some of us, well, the pin will not come up onto the gate. We have to make it fair for everybody. So the pin won't come up on the screen until we've launched it. But I want to ensure, this morning we said one of the things that we're going to do is to be inclusive. So all of the participants here who want to engage, and I hope that is everybody, are you able to get onto the Wi-Fi? Are you logged on? And for those on live stream, you are also able to participate. No?
You don't have the Wi-Fi?
Everybody is connected? No? All right, so the Wi-Fi password is... Let me get that for you. It is at the back. Let me read it aloud. It is R2, common TT, capital P, common TT, G, F, common F, R, Y, V. So that is R2, TT, all common T's, capital P, common TT, G, F, R, Y, V. All letters are common except the P, capital P. So again, R2, TT, capital P, TT, G, F, R, Y, V. All right, so this is an adventure. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship, zooming through the sky. Community champions. All right. Yes, there were 10 questions. Sorry. So if you were using a browser before for this morning, you will have to refresh. Let me show you.
No, don't start it. The pin. Some of them not seeing the pin. Which pin? Omar, read it from here.
All right, so wait now. When the pin comes on, put it in here. All right, so the name of the Wi-Fi is CW with 4 lines. Okay, so the game has been launched. The game pin is 775366. Game pin 775366. For those of us who are tech savvy, there is also a QR code. You could scan it. So game pin 775366. Remember to use your name. All right. I see we have 29 players. We have about 51 participants, including those. All right, we are at 35. Again, game pin 775366.
366.
Yes, 775366.
We're all on here? We're good?
All right, 42, 43. I'll give you another 3 minutes.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, hands up if you are having difficulties. Somebody here.
Everybody good and on? All right, so we're good. Is this a winning table?
All right, so we are at 47 persons. Game pin is 775366. So 775366. There we go. And you can put your name down. All right. So once you're in, we will begin. Okay. All right, we're just waiting for all the players to get in. So not to worry if you're not seeing your name and your pictures here. It's because we have more than, I think 25 is in the home screen, but we have 53 persons. Yes. All right. We are going to begin. So remember, you have to read the questions. Find your answers from the board and the corresponding color, because you will not see the answers on your device. You will have to match your answer or answers to the color. You get points if you answer quickly, and you get points if you answer correctly. All right, let the games begin. All right, let me get out of the way so that I can see what's happening and not obstruct anybody. I'm sorry. What is the purpose of a financial management system? You have 1 minute. So we have reduced membership fees. Red, blue, manage, track and plan money. Orange, ensure savings and investment performs well. Green, develop budgets and raise funds. What is the purpose of a financial management system? You have 30 seconds remaining. I see 37, 39, 41 responses. So what is the purpose of a financial management system? Once you have selected your answers, you can't go back. It's locked in. All right. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who's on top the leaderboard. So we have 41 persons. All right. All right, and we have on top the leaderboard Michelle, followed by Stephanie, Shanice, Ethan, and Bran. All right, let's see. You still have an opportunity. We have 9 more questions to go. So, question number 2. Which is not a feature of a financial system? On red, we have personal banking for leaders. On blue, we have cash management rules. On orange, we have formal banking arrangements. And on green, we have internal financial controls and policies, which is not a feature of a financial system. Which is not. Once you have selected your answers, locked in.
Would you like to learn to play?
We have 46, 47 responses.
I've developed a system that's making it possible for people of all different skill levels to learn to play very quickly. It's based on something I developed called Worship Piano Skill Sets. The idea is we take these things that sound really, really complicated that the pros do, and we break.
All right, we have 3, 2, 1. All right. So we have 43 persons getting it, which is a not. All right, let's see who is up. Oh, so Stephanie has overtaken. Stephanie is on top the leaderboard. I see Ethan moved up. Michaela is on the board now. Brian, you're still there. Shanice is still there. Okay, let's go to the next question. So you have to move very quickly. All right. Can restricted funds be used for any purposes? On red, false. On blue, true. Somebody says I wonder how our online live stream participants are doing. Can restricted funds be used for any purposes? Is that a true or false? Is it true? Is it false? So we have responses from 51 persons. We have 20 seconds remaining. All right, so we have 48 persons saying false. Next question. All right, let's see who is. Oh, Michaela is on top of the leaderboard. Shanice is in second. Brian third. Okay, Brian is moving on. Next question. What is internal financial? Why is internal financial control important? On red, we have reduced paperwork. On blue, we have limit fundraising. We have on orange, allow free spending. And on green, we have build trust and reduce fraud. Why is internal financial control important? We have 41 responses so far. All right, you still have a chance to get on top of the leaderboard. We still have 6 questions to go. Nothing is happening on that table. The Wi-Fi is not reaching there. Do you have data on? You have the Wi-Fi? It's the bandwidth. The internet gods are not in our favor today. But other persons are answering quicker. So the correct answer is build trust and reduce fraud. 43%. Let's see what's happening on the leaderboard. Oh, Michaela. Michaela is moving quickly. All right, and it's still Shanice in second and Brian in third. Question number 5. What is recommended for managing bank account signatories? On red, we have change signatories annually. On blue, we have only the treasurer can sign. On orange, we have one person as signatory. And on green, we have minimum of 2 signatures for withdrawals. What is recommended for managing bank account signatories? Can't see? Okay, so let me read it again. On red is change signatories annually. On blue is only the treasurer can sign. On orange, one person as signatory. On green, minimum of 2 signatures for withdrawals. What is recommended for managing bank account signatories? And we have 52 responses. 10. So what document is important for petty cash management? Volunteer list red, petty cash log blue, organizational calendar orange, travel receipts only on green. We have 3, 2, 1. Let's see. Petty cash log, 49 persons. Let's see what's happening. Oh, Brian has overtaken Michaela. And we see Michaela in second. Clark is still in third. All right, we have... All right, question number 7. What is the advantage of incorporating DART values in your operation? Dependability, authenticity, respect, transparency. What is the advantage of incorporating those values in your organization? On red, we have builds image, reputation, credibility, and trust. On blue, we have support, audit, readiness, and banking relationships. On orange, we have guarantees access to opportunities. And on green, we have erodes sustainability. Not to worry, you are all learning and you are all winners for learning. What is the advantage of incorporating DART values in your operations? We have 46 responses. Okay, so we didn't have some responses from other persons. All right. I did say you could have answer or answers. All right, let's go. We have Chad. Chad is on fire. Chad has over to Ethan. Oh my gosh, Ethan is in second. Tashika. So the battle is on. Okay, question number 8. Remember, we're going to be respectful and inclusive and celebrate each other. What should you do with receipts to preserve them? On red, we have copy and keep the original. On blue, we have keep in your wallet. On orange, we have mail to donors. On green, we have throw away after a week. What should you do with receipts to preserve them? We have 49 responses, 50, 51. All right. Have about 26 seconds remaining. All right, let's see. All right, everybody seems to be locked in. We are at 51. No need to be. You're a winner. You're learning, so you're a winner. All right, let's see. And the Wi-Fi and the data is Wi-Fi and data, you know. Let's see. Okay. All right. We still have Chad in the lead. Ethan is still in second. Tashika is in third. All right. Question number 9. What is a benefit of having an organization bank account? On red, we have avoiding financial reports. On blue, we have building financial credibility. On orange, we have mixing personal funds. And on green, we have faster online shopping. What is a benefit of having an organization bank account. All right, so we're waiting on one person. All right, that was quick. We locked in very quickly. Still have 25 seconds on the board. I hope we hadn't made any mistakes. I hear somebody say, oh, I put in the wrong thing. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, okay. 50 persons. That's good. And now for the win. Well, let's see. Oh, Chad is still in the lead. Tashika is now in second and Brian is in third. Still have Clark and Nats on the board. Let's see what happens. Question number 10, final one. Multiple select. What is a good practice when planning a budget? On red, we have estimate major expenses. On blue, we have list all activities and costs. On orange, we have budget for current projects, administrative costs, and activities. And on green, we have forget about inflation. What is a good practice when planning a budget? All right, we have 37, 38 locked in, 40. I'm sorry, you will have other opportunities. There are many, many, many prizes. And you have all gotten prizes so far. You're winners. All right, 2, 1. Let's see how the leaderboard stacks up. All right. All right. Knowledge check podium. In third place, we have Margot. In second place, we have Tashika. And in first place, we have Nats! Congratulations, Nats. I did say that we have prizes and surprises, but clap yourself, everybody. You all did well. You all did well. You all did well. But we have to have prizes for the top 3 winner. So could I have the person in first place, Nats, come forward, and I will ask Ricardo Aking to present a token of appreciation to Nats. No, the back. So we'll do some photo ops with Nats. Congratulations, Nats. Well done, well done, well done, well done. And in second place, we had Tashika. And we'll ask Stephanie to come forward, Stephanie Coy, to make the presentation to Tashika. All right. Thank you and well done, Tashika. And in third place, we have Margot, and we'll ask Claudine to come forward and make the presentation. To Margot. Well done, Margot. Well done, well done, well done, well done. And as I say, you're all winners, and keep on participating, keep on engaging, because we do have more prizes and surprises coming up. How are we feeling? We're feeling good. Learning is taking place. Enjoyment is being had. Awesome. And so we will move now into the next phase of building your financial management system. So I'm happy that you are gaining your skills with using out Kahoot. Now, the next Kahoot that we are going to go into is an assessment of your financial management system that you currently have. And don't be alarmed if you don't have one. What we're going to ask now is a set of questions, and you are going to respond to them either yes or no to give us an idea of where you are with building a financial management system. However, the instructions are different for this one. We will ask if you are here with more than one representative from your organization that you only put one name, and that is your organization's name. And that is important because we want to have a check of where you are with building a financial management system. So you see, when you enter your to do this assessment with Kahoot, you will have to refresh. So do not stay on the Kahoot window that you were on earlier, playing the game. Refresh it so that you have a new window. All right. And so the game pin is for this one 841 644. Remember, when you're putting in your nickname, you need to put the name of your organization, not your name. Or something close to the name of your organization that we can identify you. Miketown CDC, Comfort CDC. Okay, great. Somerset. All right, so for this Kahoot, what we're trying to do is an assessment of where you are with your financial management system. If you have one in place, or if you don't, you still have an opportunity to give your responses, because it's just yes or no. Coming up directly after, we are going to do a worksheet to develop an action plan where you build your financial management system. Today, you might not answer all of the questions, but at least we want you to begin so that you can start that journey to improve upon the financial management system that you have or to create one. All right, we have 25 organizations represented here. Are you seeing your organization? Yes? Are there any other organizations that's not on the screen? No? Okay. All right. Let's begin. Everybody is in, yes? No? Okay. We're waiting on somebody. Oh, you'll have to come out? Yes. Yes. If you have made an error, you'll have to exit, re-enter the pin, and put your organization's name in. Oh no. So if you have more than one representative from your organization, we just need one person with the name of the organization. Because the assessment question is for the organization, not the individuals. The organization. So if you have more than one members of your organization here today, we only need one entry for your organization, and it should be your organization's name. All right, so I see some people leaving. Is it that you have made an error and you're re-entering? Okay. Just by a quick litmus, we know we have Manchester and St. Elizabeth represented here. Are there any other parishes that's represented? St. Anne, Trelawney, Clarendon. So St. Anne, Trelawney, and Clarendon. Okay. Thank you. All right. All organizations represented now? Yes? Okay. Let us begin the... Oh, no, that's fine. Once your organization is on the screen, it's fine. No, that's fine. All right. All right, we are going to begin now. All right, so look at the screen and you're answering yes or no. So the first one is my organization currently has a list of accounts for tracking income and expense. 1 is yes, 2 is no. Do you currently have that? All right. After we go to break and we come back, then you'll see some additional questions for you to respond to. Okay? Yep. All right, so we have 67% of you having a list of accounts tracking income and expenses. That's good, right? Other 33, we can build on that. My organization has defined roles, so role president, treasurer, finance officer. You have a board, yes or no? So you have to move fast because we are going to time out. All right. Let's see. Yes, 79% saying yes, 21% saying no. Okay. My organization has financial policies, whether that is pertaining to procurement, petty cash, your approvals, yes or no? Is it documented? Is it written? No. Okay. So as we look at building your financial management system, there are some questions that we need to ask. What do you need to do to ensure that it is written and people can go back to it and review it? All right. So we have 56% saying yes, 44% saying no. Okay. So we have some work to do there. Yes. There's a question. My organization has authorization rules for spending and signatories. Yes or no? All right, let's see the responses here. All right, we have 74% of you saying that your organization has rules for spending and signatories, and 26, okay, doing good. My organization currently does budget versus actual reports and variance tracking. Yes, no? Yes is 1, 2 is no. All right, so we have, so tracking is not being done. 59% of the organizations here are not tracking, okay? All right, so we need to change that. My organization currently does cash flow monitoring. Yes or no? So this is a healthy debate going on up here, because are you both from the same organization? Okay, so somebody is saying yes and somebody say where. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So when we go into the worksheets and we ask more questions about that, then we will get some more clarity. All right, 32 responses. Let's see what the answers are. Okay, so, well, 59% of you saying that you are doing cash flow monitoring. 41% saying no, okay. My organization currently does simple financial KPIs. So that is key performance indicators. Example, admin cost limits. So you know we're not going to go over a particular amount for admin budget in a specific time. Yes or no? I like this table. This table is saying, one person is saying, we do that. The other person is like, don't think we are doing that. I don't think we're doing that. All right. So 58% saying no. All right. I wonder if we ask for reports to prove that. Do you have templates? Some people are not making eye contact with me at all. My organization currently has standard reporting templates. Yes or no? You do. Okay. And then, thank you, Natalie. Natalie said, do we use them? We have them, but do we use them? And this, say that again.
If we don't do all of these things, we don't get grants.
If we don't do all of these things, we don't get grants. Excellent point, Nardia. Excellent point. All right, so we are seeing that 58% of you are saying that you do have reporting templates. 42% says no. It's 58 say no, they don't have reporting templates, and 42% saying yes. Okay, my organization use accessible tools. So we heard Mrs. Miller spoke about Excel this morning. No? So how you tracking? You write it in a book? Okay. But what if that book gets damaged? Or lost? Or burnt? So you need to digitize it. Have a backup copy, yeah? It's on the computer. All right, so we are seeing yes saying 52 and no saying 48%, okay? Almost there. My organization ensures that team members are trained in basic finance tasks and are aware of the rules. This one should be interesting. Yes or no? Your organization ensures that team members are trained in basic finance tasks and are aware of the rules. Let's see how this stacks up, because a lot of you said 50, but earlier when we asked about your policies and things like that, this was a little bit different. So we're at 50-50. Okay. My organization is currently registered with DCFS, the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies, and or the company's office. No. DCFS is the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies. The regulators for, you'll hear more after lunch. So that was high, no? My organization currently has a calendar schedule for financial reports and reconciliations. Right. 45% saying yes, but the edge is on no, 55. Okay. right? My organization currently performs monthly bank reconciliation. So this should look similar because of what you just said. Okay. Okay, but what did you just say yes to? Or no to? All right, so we have the majority saying no. But wait, the slides, okay, we'll talk about it. And then finally, for the final assessment, my organization currently plans and approve annual budgets before the start of each year. Yes or no? All right, let's see. We have 67% saying no. You don't have current approvals for annual budgets, and 33% say no. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your participation. That is just the first round of our assessment of your financial management system. Now we are at this point going to take a break. The break will be for 10 minutes. There is refreshment directly ahead of us under the gazebo, so you can take a stretch, take a water break, use the restroom, and then we gather back here in the next 10 minutes. There's also JN Bank directly behind us in the room next door. So if you want to speak to our representative, you can speak to them there. There is the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Society, as well as the SDC, if you want to speak to them. See you back here in the next 10 minutes. That is at 11:50.
Imagine a future where communities are equipped to drive their own development, shaping lasting change that reaches every corner of the Caribbean. That's the vision behind the Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF, established by the Caribbean Development Bank in 1979. This program is a cornerstone in the CDB's mission of reducing poverty and transforming lives through sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. Vulnerable areas. Countries that have benefited from the BNTF include Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Suriname. Yet creating the opportunity was not enough. Lasting change begins with understanding stakeholder needs on the ground. It was vital to conduct beneficiary assessments to understand what gaps in capacity would prevent local organizations from accessing and managing development project proposals, 11 of which have already received funding. A firm stepping stone towards sustainable growth. As a result of this success, collaboration with Global Affairs Canada will develop the proposal writing course into an online module accessible to all. This isn't about one-time projects. It's about empowering communities to uplift themselves and create a ripple effect of sustainable development across the region. In Guyana, local organizations are now better equipped to build meaningful relationships and secure the resources necessary for continued further communication and ICT training that engages youth and other vulnerable groups now ensures that all voices are heard in an inclusive development process. Regionally, 565 participants from 32 community groups have directly benefited from these initiatives. with a special focus on women, youth, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, ensuring that even the most vulnerable have a pathway to self-sufficiency and sustainable growth. This is the power of community engagement, and the Caribbean Development Bank will continue to stand beside our 19 borrowing member countries, supporting their journeys with tools, training, funding, and the resources they need to succeed.
Hi everyone, I'm Orlando Lewinson, Acting Business and Sales Relationship Manager at Jane Bank Savlamar, and today we're going to talk about good debt versus bad debts. So not all debts are created equal. Think of it like food. Good debt is like salad with chicken on the side. It's nutritious, it's productive for your body, and yourself will love you later for it. On the other hand, bad debt is like a greasy double cheeseburger with fries on the side. Tastes good now, but you'll regret it later. Good debt helps you build wealth and skills. A mortgage on your dream home, now that's a good debt. Borrowing a loan to start the business to rake in the cash, also a good debt. It's like investing in your future. But bad debt, that's when your credit card screams, buy that shiny thing. Then you'll find yourself paying sky-high interest on the sneakers that you're going to wear one time and then it's under your bed. So good debts give you wings to soar, and bad debts is like shackles on your ankles. So let's get ready to soar with good debts.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, CDB-BNTF, collaborated with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CDEMA, to hold 2 5-day regional proposal writing workshops for community development professionals and community leaders in Jamaica and Guyana.
We at CDEMA really want to provide the opportunity, along with our partners, the Caribbean Development Bank and other partners who are involved in this activity, to build the capacity of community persons to get grants to address some of those disaster risk management issues and climate change problems that we have in our communities.
If we create within our communities this idea of being resilient, we know that we will have a people who will be prepared, and so we'll be in a better position to manage our exposure to hazards.
Representatives from grant funding agencies, the private sector, and donors shared their knowledge and gave useful insights to the workshop participants.
They would have a better understanding of what donors require, understand the intricacies of preparing project proposals, understand the need for the proper rationales and their approaches and the project summaries and budgets. In essence, to ensure that they prepare smart project proposals, which will enable them to be able to receive funding to solve a lot of the problems that they have identified within the communities.
From this workshop, we expect that our groups will leave here being able to write more winning proposals that will contribute to the development and transformation of their organizations and their overall capacity to address the needs of their communities.
My participation in the workshop really looked at providing capacity support to integrate gender equality priorities and gender mainstreaming within the various project proposals.
So I think the proposal writing is critical, and providing the kinds of interactions with people like myself and others who receive proposals and provide support to organizations is key.
Workshop participants in Jamaica were taken on a field trip to the Port Royal Street Coastal Revetment Project. In Guyana, they visited a shade house at the Leguan Secondary School, which was constructed for students to grow crops for the school and wider community.
I think the level of enthusiasm among the participants was definitely great.
For both workshops, 75 proposals were drafted, 40 in Jamaica and 35 in Guyana. To date, 3 have been finalized and submitted to CRIF, and another 2 were finalized for UN GEP SGP funding.
I came here knowing nothing about proposal writing, but I understand quite a bit now. It is quite in depth.
This workshop was extremely meaningful. It was an eye-opener. Now you know, if you do your research, if you pay attention to your funders, if you look at what they prioritize, you should have a good chance of them saying yes.
They listened to our concerns. We said to them, okay, we need funders. We need how to write a proposal. And they delivered that this week.
I'm heading back now to my village with some great concepts and in a better shape to lead my people in a more capacity building way.
Climate change is on the rise and it's not playing.
My name is Anneke Linfat. I am the AVP of Client Sales and Services at JN Fund Managers. You don't need tens of thousands of dollars to start your investment account. You can start by opening a mutual fund account, which is one of the simplest and easiest investment vehicles. What is the mutual fund? The mutual fund is a pool investment where we take different investors' funds, pull it together to invest in multiple instruments. Each instrument is varied based on risk, and they are invested into different instruments. So you can own a piece of a bond, a piece of stocks without going into the risk solely on your own. The 3 major benefits of mutual fund are: 1, diversification. This is where you invest in a wide range of financial instruments, giving you a wide portfolio. 2, compound interest. You can benefit from compound interest by where your principal gains interest and you earn additional interest on both principal and interest. And thirdly, it is flexible and convenient because it's professionally managed, which provides an ease for you. So start your investment account today by contacting a financial advisor.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it will put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organizing a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
Hello, my name is Devroy Davis and I'm a financial risk analyst with the JN Financial Group. Stocks deliver better returns over the long term because great businesses perform better over time. For anyone interested in buying stocks, my suggestion would be to get as much information as is possible about that company, as well as a clear understanding of the industry in which that company operates. There are a few advantages to this. Some of these include the ability to see factors that could benefit the company, as well as the risk that could negatively impact it. When you understand the business of the company, you are able to stay confident in the quality of your investment. For example, if you're investing in a paint manufacturer or distributor, you can be confident that the sales of the company will pick up around Christmas time. This knowledge allows you to keep a level head if and when the stock price goes down. In fact, by understanding the nature of the business, you can improve your returns by buying shares when the stock price is low.
At the Caribbean Development Bank, we know that lasting change begins with understanding. Understanding the needs of underserved groups, the opportunities available to them, and the barriers preventing their disaster preparedness and climate adaptation. In Jamaica and Belize, community projects aimed at risk reduction were struggling due to low participation, especially from women and youth. In response, the CDB's Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund introduced effective community engagement in 2018. We were able to boost involvement by identifying key needs and preferences, thus informing new strategies that secured the engagement of a diverse community throughout the project lifecycle. From this, powerful success stories have emerged where communities have been mobilized to take control of their own safety and resilience. In Belize, a survey of 550 residents in 11 Mayan villages revealed that many women and young adults were busy juggling caregiving duties and felt uncomfortable speaking up in community meetings. Taking this into account, home visits became the primary engagement method. The result was remarkable. Participation among women and youth increased by 70%. Transforming these projects into truly community-driven efforts that resonated with locals and created lasting impact. In Jamaica, over 1,000 members of communities were concerned with poverty, unemployment, and the frequent threat of flooding. Yet 86% of respondents expressed a desire to be involved in community activities, especially disaster preparedness. With the right communication strategies and targeted empowerment resources, they are connected more securely with the tools for success. In Westmoreland, over 50% of residents have now participated in disaster preparedness activities, while in St. Thomas, nearly 95% of respondents expressed a desire to contribute to development initiatives, showing a significant commitment to long-term improvements. Across the waters, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, threats caused by volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, landslides, and floods have made communities like Sandy Bay, Fancy, and Georgetown vulnerable. Of the 499 community members surveyed, nearly 80% indicated they wanted to contribute to community safety initiatives, but only 56% were aware of disaster preparedness programs. This presents an opportunity for the implementation of empowerment strategies that capitalize on their desire to face disasters head-on. In the British Virgin Islands, a clear need to increase disaster preparedness presents itself in over $80 million in flood damage across the islands. This, along with the threat of crime, language barriers, and improper waste management, creates a situation of the utmost urgency. And these communities are willing to answer the call. Of the 225 survey participants, over 70% indicated a desire to participate in resilience building activities and disaster preparedness. Through the Caribbean Development Bank's Community Engagement Survey, we've uncovered a pathway to lasting change. More than 2,000 residents participated in planning sessions, with up to a 95% commitment to ongoing community development. This tool is now included in project management approaches in Belize, the British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. By strengthening communication, fostering collaboration, promoting inclusive development, and providing the tools they need, we can unlock these communities' potential, building resilience, reducing poverty, and transforming lives.
We are looking to resume. I see some persons are still enjoying their break. How are we feeling?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Sinan.
You're feeling great.
I am a branch.
Who said refreshed? I was looking for that. Okay, great. That's Mr. Hansel Moore. Okay, great.
Step 1. Clearly
other persons are feeling refreshed.
Be specific
and you're enjoying the session so far?
Want and how much you need to achieve it. Step 2. Create a budget and stick to that budget. The aim is to organize your money according to your priorities as you save. Track your spending to see where you can cut back. Be sure to include emergency funds. Step 3. Be intentional. Automate your savings.
Oh. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to this our second in our workshop of the financial literacy for community champions. I was doing a survey earlier, and some persons are feeling refreshed, right? And let me just confirm: everybody got your break. Everybody got their break? Okay, good. So we're going to move it right along, and then we're going to move into now the second aspect of the presentations, and we're going to be moving to designing projects and systems with the funder in mind. This is of utmost importance to you guys, because this is where persons who might not be fully aware of how to write a project, or you're going to be getting that information now, and you're going to be getting practical tools that you can utilize in terms of going out and seeking funding, because as remind me of your name, please? Yes. As Nordia said, there are certain things that you have to do in order for you to get funding from donors. So designing projects and systems, we're going to have Richardo and Stephanie, and I'm going to now invite Richardo to the podium as he will be commencing this aspect of the presentation. So kindly make Richardo welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Mic check. Okay, good. All right, thank you, everyone. Could everyone please stand? Please stand. All right. Everybody should be looking at me, right? We're going to do this quick game. It's called Elijah, Elisha. Elijah, Elisha. Elijah, you sit. Elijah. Elijah, you sit. Elijah, sit. Good. Elisha, stand. Good. Elijah. Elisha. All right. Got you, Brian. One more time, quicker. Elijah, you sit, right? Elijah. Elisha. Great, Stephanie. Put your hands together for yourself. That was great. All right, excellent. So now that we got the break settled, we're going to move into a quick conversation around building the capacity around community groups and their accessing development resources, grant funding. And we always love the end goal, which is getting the development assistance. But there are a number of steps that are critical to achieving this. We have about 40 minutes, and Stephanie, we're very good with time, so we'll stay as true as possible to it. So I'll take 17.5 minutes, Stephanie, and I'll give you the rest, all right? All right, good. So it's going to be a very interactive session. So I'm sure from the last presentations, you are quite familiar with those who are on your table. So you're going to be working as groups, as a table throughout the session. It's very time sensitive, but I'll tell you when to start doing your activity at your table. Right. So we did a survey in 2023. I won't pay much attention to these slides, right? We're just going through them quickly. That the issue around community groups is a severe challenge. I mentioned before, the end goal is getting the grant funding. But there are a number of other steps that are required. What else is required for you to get development funding? Registration. What else? You must have a constitution. What else? All of those things, right? And what we had across these 4 countries, Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia, we found that most of these community-based groups who are charged with the responsibility to access resources, that they don't have the basics, right? We asked 32 groups about their capacity to write project proposal. Of that, what percent you think said no, they cannot write proposals? 80, 90. 94%. Can't write. So remember, proposal is the main vehicle to access the resources, and they can't write proposals. Anybody want to tell me what is the main challenge that a community person, what's the main challenge you have with writing a proposal? Anybody? Quickly. Sorry, go ahead. Take the mic, tell us.
correct information to access the grants that are available.
So you don't always have access to the correct information to the grants available. What else? What assessments? Clap this gentleman, man. Clap him, clap him, clap him, clap him, clap him. I just saved 5 slides by that gentleman saying that point. The main issue that we have with proposal writing is assessing the need. Understanding the problem. What exactly are we trying to address? And I'm sure those who do development finance can understand that it might seem like an easy thing, but if you spend enough time to say what exactly are you trying to change, everything else falls into place quite neatly. Assessing the needs. And whose needs? Who are some of the people in the community who have needs? Give me groups. The farmers, who else? The elderly, who else? Youths, who else? Special needs, excellent. Who said men just now?
Because he said women, I say men.
We love you too. Thank you so much. Students, so it's not just needs, but whose needs are you referring to? And a little bit later, Stefan will take you way deep into the gender inclusive bulletin. But excellent point. So bear those in mind. But easily, that's the biggest challenge that we face. Not clearly identifying the problem. I'm going to give you 1 minute at your table together to state one problem. 2 sentences. Write on a piece of paper, find a scribe. You have 1 minute to state a problem. 1 problem per table. 1 problem per table. So you talk to your group. $40 seconds. What is the problem? What is the problem? What is the problem? Talk to them. What's the problem? What's the problem? 25 seconds. That's it. That's it. All right. 15 seconds. All right, great. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Great. What's your problem?
Well, we're saying it's the lack of training centers, skills, yes. And so we are looking at for youths 18 to 30.
All right, that's fine. Excellent. Clap them, clap them, clap them, clap them. Give me this table, Omar. What is your problem?
Our problem is participation of members in the community, especially youth.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Shh. Sharing and learning. Go again.
Participation of members in the community, especially our youth.
Is that a problem?
Yes, it is a problem.
Is that a problem?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a problem?
It's a problem in my community.
No, the issue is not the participation. What's the issue?
Lack of involvement.
Or limited participation of youths or elderly or whatever in X or Y. So fix it, that's fine. Don't worry about it. We have time. All right? So ensure you state it as an
17 to 30, and we went on to describe it as large number of young men who are unemployed and unskilled, mostly engaged in marijuana abuse and alcohol abuse.
All right, good. So we're gonna refine it. Good. So we're coming to you. We don't all the tables. So the main issue that you're trying to have, right? What is also important in that factor is understanding the root causes. What are the root causes of the problem, and what are the consequences of the problem? So give me your problem.
The parish of Manchester is grappling with high level of male youth unemployment, and we quantify that to 40% based on survey done.
Hold the mic. Good. That's fine. All right. But the donors don't care about that, Stephanie. Right? It's a good problem. But that's not where you get the emotions going. The emotions is a good start. But what are the causes of that problem, Stephanie?
We have uncertified skilled personnel. We have high school dropout. We have a high level of lottery scamming in the parish.
Thank you. That's good. Enough causes. No, hold on, Omar. What are the consequences of that problem?
We have crime. We have murders, increasing murders. We have parents having children having children. We have drug abuse. We have a whole lot more.
That's fine. Put your hands together for her. I think that was great as well. So in another minute now, for the same problem that you have, state one root cause and one consequence. 1 minute. One root cause, one consequence. Why is the problem happening? And because the... No, man, we don't forget. We're coming to you shortly. What is a one root cause and one consequence? $20 seconds. All right, causes, one cause, one consequence. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're not going to take it. You want to make 1 point? No. Sorry, hold on, Gregory. Let's go to that table. We haven't in front of us yet. Yeah. Tell us about your problem, your one cause, one consequence.
Our problem would be mental illness affecting young people and the struggle of family members coping with them. Root cause can be peer pressure, drug use.
Yeah, I kind of prefer that one in terms of the drug use leading to the mental illness.
Yes.
Yeah. What else?
Parenting.
Poor?
Parenting.
Great. What are some of the consequences? One consequence? No, man. Yeah, go ahead. Let me hear that one.
Which one, sir?
Sorry?
Can lead to death.
Exactly. What else? You have disputes
Violence,
too, right?
yes,
You have
disputes, yes.
Excellent.
Being imprisoned.
Excellent.
And the breaking of the family home.
Excellent. Yeah. The only thing I'll add to that is that there is an increase in the number of persons with mental.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, there is.
All right, good. All right, excellent. I don't forget, you know. All right, so that is good. So I won't even spend much time on this slide because you guys are so brilliant. Sorry. So my last slide is this one, right? And this for me is the project writing 101. Right, there's an area that is missing around the risk and mitigation, which we heard about in our earlier presentation today, and then my co-presenter Stephanie will also speak to it a little bit later, right? What you're gonna do in 2.5 minutes, right? Is to write your project. You're gonna write, you already have your problem identification, right? You already have the root causes and the consequences, right? And then your project objectives. What are your project objectives? You see, because you wrote the problem so well, the opposite of the problem is your so read the one you had just now. The one you had just know about our mental, the revised one with the increasing.
Increase mental illness affecting young people and the struggle of family coping with them.
Right, so there's an increase in the incidence of mental illnesses within families in XX community, right? And it could maybe, if you can have the data, it could maybe boys or males or females or whatever, right? So if the problem is increased mental illnesses, right? And the problem emanating from that, what would be your objective? What's your objective from that problem? You can't be wrong, trust me. I'll protect you. You can't be wrong. All right, good. Anybody want to try? Anybody want to try with their problem and the objective of the problem? What was your problem again? Good. So go ahead. Read. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So the issue.
Hold on.
Lack of skill training centers and opportunity for youth between the ages of 18 to 30.
So what is your objective? If the problem is the lack of skill training opportunities, what is the objective? What is the solution?
The solution is to get resources to build
to increase
the facility.
Access to skills training.
Skills
Simple
training.
as that.
Okay, all right.
So if the problem is no access, the objective is to increase access. Right, good. What was your problem here?
Transportation availability.
Limited access to transportation, to reliable transportation. Especially for
Well, it depends on for the person who have special need and for the elderly.
And if that's the problem, what is the objective?
Well, it's how to get in to get them because most of the time the roads are impossible.
What's the objective? That's the problem. Linda, sorry.
Get reliable transport.
To increase
Just to transportation.
For persons with disabilities.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you have 2 minutes now to write your problem, your objectives. What is one main activity you want to do to achieve that objective? And then what's the cost for that program? So, 2 minutes. Objectives, activities. One activity. So I should be by now. I should don't know. I should be done now. All right. Hold it. Hold your pens. All right. So what we'll do now, Stephanie will move through some more details, right? And she will continue the interaction around the problems you would have stated and digging deeper as a table into those issues. So please put your hands together for Stephanie.
All right, so you're going to use the same scenarios that you have. Do you need a couple more seconds? Natalie, you need a couple more seconds? All right, so we will count down. I'm giving you 20 seconds to finish up. Can I get the Jeopardy countdown song? I hear it, I hear it. Okay, so 20 seconds are up. We will continue, and I'm going to be looking at a very important element for a lot of funders. And this is especially important for Global Affairs Canada. So we do have the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, and we also have LEAF that provides funding for local organizations. And having a budget, as well as activities, as well as a project that's gender responsive is very important. But I want you to tell me, what do you think gender responsive budgeting is and why you think it's important? Any hands? Don't rush me all at once, and don't let me have to lay hands on you. Okay, I see Chad, who was almost the winner. What is gender responsive budgeting? What do you think it is? As Richard said, you can't go wrong.
Can you repeat, please?
What do you think gender responsive budgeting is, and why would it be important in your project design? Oh, Lyndon is helping you out.
Caters for everybody.
He says caters for everybody. Why is that important?
Because everybody is inclusive.
Okay, not bad. Anybody else want to throw anything in?
Tailored for boys.
Very true. And despite what some persons say, gender responsive budgeting is not all about women. Yesterday when we asked at the workshop, somebody said it's all about women. No, it isn't, right? Equality for all. And so gender responsive budgeting is integrating gender equality strategically in your operations. So the project that you just looked at in terms of what was the problem, what is it that your proposed solution is? Did you think about how it affects any genders in specific? Who was looking at for men? There was a project for boys. Okay. But do you think that in doing a project that is specific for a particular gender, that you can also look at the other gender?
Both male and female between the ages of 17 and 32, because that age group usually experience the dropout rate from school. So yes, it could be both genders.
Okay, that's a consideration. Stephanie has something she wants to say.
Right, so if we had expounded, we were looking at some of the root causes to be like poor parenting. So right away, we would have addressed the mother, the father, as well as we realized that another issue stemming from looking at the boys would have been that you have teenage mothers. So again, we would have to bring in those teenage mothers.
Exactly. The whole idea is that in planning your activity and the budget related, you would have to look to see, okay, if we're planning to do X, who are some of the potential partners? If this entity or this set of persons are engaged in this way, how is that going to impact either the household? So if it is that you're pulling the mothers for training, how does it impact the family? right? But within your organization, you would know because you have adopted for yourself that, listen, we are always going to ensure that anything that we are doing, we take an approach that is gender responsive. So as Richardo would have outlined before, in looking at your project and in identifying what the problem is, it's not just a matter of saying, okay, we are having high unemployment, but who is it affecting? Because along with gender, as somebody mentioned before, you have persons with disabilities. Yes? You have seniors. And the impact within the community will be different depending on the cohort that you are looking at, right? So gender responsive budgeting is seeking to ensure that resources are effectively allocated to remove the barriers for participation, because that is what development is all about. Removing the barriers that will prevent each person from being actively engaged. Hansel?
When you say gender, are we talking about just male and female?
In the Jamaican context, we are talking about male and female. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about young persons. Yes? We are talking about including everybody within your community. So whatever your community looks like, it's how do you cater to persons within your community? Because it is not going to be for me to say, well, I'm a young person, I don't care what old people want or what old people think, because their time over, right? So you have to care about your community. Your entire community is made up of each person. And so you have to cater to everybody within your community. Gender responsive budgeting is not about creating separate budgets for men and women or increasing the spending on women's programs. As we say, it's about including everybody. So I have two scenarios. One, in Leafville, a small community in Jamaica, it was noticed that every day women and children are seen carrying containers of water on their heads, in their hands, and pushing carts carrying many jugs of water. An NGO working in the community was concerned and said, but what happened to the men? The men don't care about the women. What happened? The men missing in the community, right? And so they designed a project that said, listen, we have to sensitize the men so that they will contribute more. Yes? Because they saw the problem and they addressed it appropriately, correct? Now for scenario 2, in Leafville again, the CDC has decided that skills training is needed. The training sessions are being held 4 days a week, 9 to 3. However, the coordinator has realized that some of the women are leaving right after lunch and not coming back until the very next day. So she's concerned because she's no, these people just come in to eat the food. They're not really interested in the training. Yes? What are your thoughts on scenario 1? What do you see as a potential problem?
About scenario 1. Suppose the men were still occupied otherwise. Suppose they were doing farming and construction work. And then the ladies and the children carry the water.
So how would you know? I hear division of labor. How would you know what the problem is? What is the homework? So Sasha says,
yes, interview the persons and do an needs assessment to see what is the real issue behind the women and children doing.
So when you
activity.
said do a needs assessment, who are you going to speak to in the community? The women and children? Wait, hold on, one at a time. I hear the women and children.
Seek and find the males.
Hold on. Let's hear what Lyndon is saying.
Seek and find the males.
Okay, yes. So as you're all right, you would speak to the women, you would speak to the children, you would speak to the men. Okay. So for scenario 2, what's going on here? They only want the lunch? They're hungry. Hold on, let me hear Ethan.
Not necessarily. It depends on probably the culture of the community. Maybe the women go home at X time to prepare meals for the family, or they have to go pick up children or whatever. It's different reasons, so you'd have to do an investigation.
Okay. And again, who are you going to speak to? The women? So part of the challenge when you only speak to one set of persons sometimes is that you get half of the story. They might tell you what you want to hear because they're the ones directly impacted, right? And so you won't know what's really happening behind the scenes. So you want to triangulate. You speak to the female, you speak to the little child, you speak to the grandmother. So wait, hold on. I don't see Mary. Every lunchtime she gone. And you will get the real story, right? So in scenario one, what was actually happening is that the utility company was only providing the water at the standpipe during the days. And that was the time when the men were out at the community working. So it was left up to the women and children to be able to carry the water. So instead of having this sensitization with the men to say, listen, care about your woman, it was now to engage the utility company to say, could you look at providing the water? And this is a real case, yes? And so that helped. But also, you know that that won't happen all the time. So then what can be developed is either you help the women in terms of how they're going to carry the water to make it easier, or the men can then say, all right, let's see how somebody is available.
You can look at the hours of the water carrying because that one says between 2 and 4. So you can you tell them it's going to be either in the morning they get the water or in the evening when all.
Correct. Yes. So this is how also in looking at the problem, analyzing it, you will look at also who are the stakeholders that you need to engage, because sometimes the solution can be very simple and a project is not necessarily needed.
You should get take the water to them. That's the long-term development. You can't wait.
So you have the long term. So you know when you're doing your project, you look at, okay, what can we do now? What can we do in the short term? What we can do in the long term? But then there's also what can we do by ourselves and what do we need help to be able to get done? Now that one is a longer term, long, yes? So you need the solution right now, which might be the easiest one. For scenario 2, oh, sorry, Richard wants to add. Oh, call CDB.
Right. No. We had one example in a rural, in Belize, where we're doing a water project. We wanted to bring the water closer to the family, and they disagreed because it was the water carrying, it was during carrying the water that the women had a chance to interact. So they didn't actually want the water to be piped into their houses because they wanted to chat during the day. So as you said,
so again, you will see what you might assume to be the solution for a community is not what they would want, right? I remember in Manchester when a particular bank changed and started doing the online banking and recommending to person online. Within Manchester, a lot of the senior citizens did not like it because going into the bank and speaking to the teller was an opportunity for engagement and interaction, right? So we also have to be mindful of what we consider development and improvement to be and engage persons. So for scenario 2 in Leafville, as was said at this table, for the women, they had to pick up the children from basic school, and then they had to stay home with them. So in a project document that would show that you have analyzed the situation and you have put things in place, tell me what is one activity that you could have had that would have rectified this?
Yes, well, one activity would be have an after-school program, so you could still engage them, so they will take their children to the training site, and then the kids will be engaged by somebody else while they are still in training.
Correct.
Or you can have the training in the mornings. So
Correct.
you'd have a longer period of time for the training instead of just for the whole week from that time to that time.
Exactly. And the key to that is both have a budget implication, right? And if you don't plan for it, then you are going to struggle. So for step 1, gender analysis, problem identification using gender data. So what is your community looking like? SDC does the community profiles, but you also go out, you know who is in your community. Do we have somebody with a disability, right? Do we have somebody who is at home but is not engaged and would like to come out? Do you have a lot of persons like that in your community? How do you engage them? What is their interaction like? And also remember, if you don't have the information, then it is not for you to pretend that you know and use outdated information in your project document. You should build into your project proposal the fact that you want to update your information, right? So that you can better speak to what the issues are. And then after you have completed step 1 and you know what the issues are, you develop a strategy that is responsive. So you develop your proposal, right? Now, projects must allocate sufficient funds for the successful implementation. Monitoring and evaluation is very important. And here we're not talking about you just putting in your report, 4 men attended and 6 women attended. We want more than that now. Yes? So yes, you would get that from your register. So when you are documenting, because sometimes with names you can't tell. So you really want to be able to can list and have male, female, age range, so you can include, right? Tell me, why is that helpful to you with your project? If you just use a basic register that has how many men, women, and the age ranges applying or participating, how can that help you?
Shows you the spread that you would have covered. So you include youth, plus you may include the elderly. So it shows you the coverage of the community in terms of inclusion. The age range I'm speaking to.
So it shows you the spread, yes. But if it is that you're doing a training over time and you change the times that you're doing the training, when you analyze your register, you might notice a trend. If you have it at a particular time or a particular day, you have more types of, whether it's young persons or seniors, men or women. So when you collect the data, you have to analyze it for the trends, because you are also able to get your own data that can inform any other proposal that you're going to do, right? The financial allocation for gender equality related activities must be included in your project proposals, annual work plans, and budgets, and tracked. Now, as I mentioned before, there are some GAC projects where they establish that you need to have a minimum assigned to support gender equality activities. It might be doing gender research, it might be doing gender training, but the project would advise you. I mentioned before in terms of inclusive budgeting, similar to the gender responsive, you have to identify what is the problem, who is it affecting, why is it affecting them, and when. Because in stating your problem, when you're doing your project proposal, if when you submit your project proposal for review, for funding, but your problem is only happening once every 5 years, do you think you are going to be selected? Okay. So you also have to be smart when you are preparing your document and you're stating what the problem is. Because as Richardo mentioned and showed with the problem tree, the problem may happen once every 5 years, but the consequence of it is something that continues. So you have to be mindful of how you're stating your problem, who it is affecting, and why, right? The budget should support the activities. And I'll show you why. As reviewers, when we get your application, we're doing the same thing that you're doing. So when you are preparing it and you're writing your problem, your solution, etc., we are walking with you through the document that you would have provided. So when we read the problem, as Richardo said, why should it matter? When I read your problem, it should hit me to the core. I go, oh my gosh. Yes? So you can't state it like, oh, sure, they know that this is how it go. No, you have to sell it to me. The proposed solution has to align with the problem. You can't tell me that you want to do skills training and then somehow we reach down to fixing a road. Right? And I've seen it happen. The activities have to align to the solution and also have to align to the problem. The risk that you identify also has to align specifically to the activities and the solutions that you have documented. Oftentimes when people put down risk, what is the main risk that they always put down? You tell me, what is a risk you would put down? What is the main risk people always put down? That you're not going to have any money. What else? And weather. Those, you can put your head on the block. You're always going to see a risk mitigation matrix that say, we run out of money or there is rain. No. Unless you're saying that all of your activities are outdoors, and the person have to cross a river to get to the training venue, then I need more than weather and that you're going to run out of money. The budget also has to align with everything. And so when we are reviewing, we look at every single solitary one and connect the dots. Anywhere we don't see alignment, we know there's a problem. And oftentimes, it's as if the budget, somebody prepares the narrative and then they said to the treasurer or the finance person, here, prepare a budget. And so when you put the two together, you're like, wait, hold on, what's going on here? No. So you need to have at least one person, even if that's how you do it, one person that is going to review, and preferably somebody who was not involved in the preparation. Because if it doesn't make sense to them, then you know, us who are 10 times removed, it may not make sense to us as well. Okay? Any questions? Am I to? Sorry.
I said, since we always use weather, what are examples of other risk mitigation?
What was your
problem? Yes. It was the unattached youth.
And what was the proposed solution?
Mentorship program and skills training and parenting, something training for parents.
And what are the related activities?
So, MOU partnership with HEART, the development of this mentorship program, and we didn't quite think through what we were going to do for the parents as yet.
Okay. So to sum it up, you're going to do training in a building. Are the persons walking to the training? Pardon me? Could be. They're walking to the training. Is the training going to be taking place in the rainy months? So if I'm looking at your proposal to see if weather really is a risk, I'm going to look to see when you are proposing to do this training, based on the community that you would have indicated, what is the radius that they will have to travel? Okay? If it is within the dry season, but we know sometimes rain will fall based on how climate is now, yes? But is it a high risk, medium risk, or low risk? But we already know that. So hold on. Which funder you think you write into that don't know that already? We already know that. We want to know that you know that. Because the issue is not in identifying the risk, you know. The main thing is in identifying the mitigation. So you know, and coming back again to the gender responsive, you know that boys, because we know anecdotal and also proven, boys respond differently to indoor lessons. And worse if it is that you're saying that they're on the corner, smoking, etc. The attention span is going to be less. So when you're going to put down that you are going to engage young males, 14 to 17, for 4 or 5 hours in training, we already reviewing that. No, okay. You're going to have a high attrition. Unless it is that you put as the activity that you have in sports, you're having something that's more hands-on, because once it is a sit-down talking to, you're not going to have that, right? Yes, Lyndon, I tell you, Karen say you must get a prize. You must get a prize. She had a question.
If you put it on a program and you invite an entertainer, like you said, I'm not using Vice Cartel, they're using like Sizzla Kalonji. And they said, okay, Kalonji will be coming here 10 o'clock. Kalonji not coming till 12, you know. But you said 10 o'clock. Everybody's going to come out, want to see Sizzla Kalonji, you know.
Mm-hmm. So
they
you're
don't want to
saying,
mislead them. He's going to come.
I will take the part that says you can use entertainment to pull them, but I'm saying if you tell them 10, make sure it's 10, because they will also say your plan and you never deliver.
So
yes, right?
The entertainer won't come until 12, but we have to set the standards. Say 10 o'clock, so they would be wear their best outfit, and you will say you must attired, no drop down pants. No, you must attire properly. Miss, they will go out just to see Sizzla Kalonji or the entertainer that they want to know that somebody is coming there. So you can motivate them.
Yes. I like what she's saying, that you use it as an incentive. So you say for you to get your free ticket to go, you have to be here from 10, participate in this session, and then you get to go there free. Right? So one more and then I move on, because
sport is another avenue that you could use to get out the young people as well, especially football. They love that.
Yes. So don't be afraid to identify the risk, because we are well aware of the risk. We want to see that you are planning and putting things in place.
Basically, what they're saying, they are not providing for the females. They are only providing for the males. It must be gender-based.
So what they're saying is we recognize that our main target audience are men, and we recognize that here is the challenge. In some projects, what they will also say, depending on the community, it might be that, hold on, if you engage the mothers will carry their children. And so you also have an activity that engages the mothers, right? And so they are aware of the program. Yesterday's event, we were talking about how you engage other stakeholders. So whether it is the taxi drivers, etc., so they know about what is happening, because you can't have the tunnel vision when you're implementing your project. So a strong proposal, we're wrapping up now, a strong proposal is one that can succinctly express the problem. If you need 2 paragraphs to state your problem, something is wrong, right? It provides a solution to address the problem that is inclusive and integrated, not silo. Try to see how you can incorporate the wider community especially in the solution, because there is what you can do for yourself and what you're looking assistance for. It clearly understands the risk that may prevent the goal from being achieved and identifies correct mitigation strategies. It embeds sustainability. And sustainability, people, please, is not you going to another donor for funding. Okay? That is not a sustainability action. Sustainability means with what you are doing, how is it that you are building within the project activities that will strengthen your capacity to be able to continue to deliver without the funds. The budget reflects activities, shows some cost share. Even when they're not asking you for cost share, make sure that you yourself recognize the cost share that you're putting in, because if you have volunteers working on the project, that also has a value. A strong organization is one that has sound governance, oversight, not a one-man shop. So you must have succession planning. You must know where something is, why this decision was taken. You also have a good track record of delivery, has capacity and good management systems in place, has a good financial management system in place, and must have a bank account. Okay? Both parents are always important. Some have a stronger pull, and it's not me make it so. Some have a stronger pull because you will always hear majority of young men who will say, if it's one person can make, no matter how big they are, that can make them do something, it's their mother, right? And so the power of the female in the household, even in terms of whether it is the wife, etc., girlfriend, right, sister, the power has been shown within community development. Once you engage that side, it helps. It's the same way for the women. If it is that you're engaging the women, where is their support? You also have to engage the men to support them, to say yes. If it is that it's a two-family household and you have to go to the training, how is it that I stay at home? But if it is that your project is going to challenge family dynamics, it's again you recognizing that and also putting things in place to say, how do we engage the children? Because the children normally expect to see mommy and daddy at home, but now you want them at a meeting or at a training, right? How do you deal with that? So it's putting things in place. So thank you. I know everybody is ready for lunch. Wait, oh, I see. You want to do it now or after? You. No, I'm. You want to take the questions now? Or okay, I hear we can take. No. No, sorry, we don't have a Kahoot for this. I see some persons are looking forward to doing another Kahoot challenge. Milton, Michael, I think everybody is. Huh? Okay, you can go ahead, Michael. We'll go for lunch shortly.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Based on your presentation, someone has made mention about weather as a risk. Do you think it is fair to really include weather as a risk, realizing that climate change, with the whole climate change issue, is that it's not guaranteed that based on the past, we will have rain in October or what have you, but we will have it just pop up at any time. So do you think it is fair to have weather as
so
a risk?
I'm not saying you're not going to put weather, right? What I'm saying is when first, weather and finance can't be the only two risks in your risk matrix. And two, you can't just say weather and the risk is that rain will fall. Too broad. Make it more specific. For instance, I know there was a community in Clarendon when I used to work with SDC. It was a major issue because to get up to the community, you had to go on a donkey. Now, if rainfall, it was going to be a problem for us, right? So it's not that the weather or rain, heavy rain, but it has to be specific to your area. We all know the song, Cannot Cross It. Yes? So we know some communities, when rain fall, you cannot cross it. Yes? It's the same way in some of the countries where LEAF is active. We have a rainy season. And for some of the community persons, they actually have to fly small planes. They were doing a training, and to get to the training venue, they have to take planes. The plane can only hold 4 persons at a time. And they want to get from that community to the training venue 40 persons. Only 2. So, and unfortunately, they did not put that in their project budget in terms of the cost for the flights going across. Yes? So it's either the flight or it's boat. So, sometimes, but not for this training. So the thing is that you have to make your risk, your activities specific to your community and considering everybody within your community. All right? So thank you, everybody. We will be available during lunch and after for any additional questions.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Oh, thank you. All right, guys. So, what was his name again? Cliff Twang might never able to cross it, but we are going to cross over for lunch because I'm sure you guys are hungry. And it's been a long day, but how has it been thus far? I'm just checking in. Enjoyed Stephanie's presentation? There we go. And what I want to point out with Stephanie's and Richardo's presentations, do you realize how thought-provoking they were? They brought perspective, a different perspective. They allowed you guys to think a little bit deeper below than surface area. And I'm sure as a result of that, there are different things that are mulling over in your minds right now, and you're saying, oh, you know, we never know that, or we cannot approach it from that perspective or that angle. So that's the reason why we're here today, to transform you guys in terms of your thinking, your approaches, and allow you to go back to your communities as community champions who are equipped with the requisite capabilities and capacities that are needed to take things a little bit further. Yes, there will be, right? Yes, there will be. There will be. After we're finished, they will be made available to you guys. Yes. So, yes. So, we are looking out for you guys. So we know that there are certain things that you might have missed, but you will have the opportunity to go back and do a review. Lunch will be served on the outside at the gazebo area. But at this point, I'm going to be asking Rose, our in-house food blesser, to bless our lunch today.
Let us pray. Lord, you have been so good to us, and we thank you. We bless you, we honor you, we glorify you. You're sovereign and you're Lord, and we acknowledge your lordship. Thank you for taking us all here safely, and thank you for the wealth of information that we've been able to share with this group. And we thank you, Lord, for the meal that you have provided. We ask you to bless it, cause it to strengthen our bodies, Lord, which is in fact your temple. We glorify you in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here in a little while.
best approach to disaster risk management is a proactive one that identifies not only the livelihood patterns that place communities at risk, but also develops appropriate contingency plans for potential disasters. To do this, the Livelihood Baseline Assessment approach was started under the Caribbean Development Bank's Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund. Collaborating on this effort were the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization and Jamaica's Social Development Commission. The result was a detailed hazard map of vulnerable areas that provided relevant survival strategies and coping mechanisms to engage local communities in risk mitigation. This approach was executed in Belize, the British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and strategically targeted farmers, fisherfolk, small business owners, women, youth, and the elderly to enhance inclusive community involvement. The result? A more resilient Caribbean. In Belize, it fostered equitable social dynamics surrounding water supply in 3 Mayan villages. Through a collaborative project involving the entire community and its members, social cohesion and kinship increased, which led to the success of all project phases, thus fostering a sense of pride and ownership amongst villagers. The Livelihood Baseline Assessment details a community profile that covers its history, social, economic, and reproductive factors, as well as assesses the community's decision-making habits and developmental needs and priorities. This came in handy in Jamaica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we identified vulnerabilities tied to their livelihoods, such as limited access to resources and environmental dependencies, and to their education, where up to 87% of households were led by persons lacking formal education. In response, we helped communities develop resilient strategies such as drought-tolerant farming, safe fishing practices, and evacuation plans, as well as fostering a culture of disaster awareness and preparedness. Using a targeted contingency planning technique increased community participation amongst residents, which in turn has led to greater ownership of other project interventions within the community, and a resurgence of enthusiasm for the initiative overall. Furthermore, the assessment was a critical tool used in response to the La Soufrière volcanic eruption in St. Vincent in 2021. It provided a solid estimate of total loss and outlined vital strategies to restore livelihoods within the affected communities. It was lauded by those who participated in its development as providing life-changing direction during the post-volcano recovery. The Livelihood Baseline Assessment continues to empower local stakeholders with actionable data for informed decision-making. Ultimately, this fosters resilient, self-sufficient communities capable of adapting to the challenges posed by climate change and natural disasters, enhancing the quality of life and stability for these rural Caribbean communities.
Hi, I'm Josette Smith-Scott. I am an instructor here at the JN Financial Academy. Today, I wish to share with you some tips that might be useful to you in terms of how the products that you are choosing could be impacting your budget. All right, here are a few things to consider. Doing your research, shopping around to compare prices, reading your reviews, especially when shopping online, as well as understanding your product warranties. All these things will help you to efficiently manage your budget. A second thing that you can consider is cost efficiency. Is the initial cost better for you now, or are you looking at the long run? Things that cost less now might have longer maintenance value in terms of the cost for repairs and maintenance. So perhaps spending more upfront will help you in terms of your budget, and the long-term effects down the road. And finally, buy only what you need. So yes, the products that you choose can impact your overall financial health. Bye.
From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise.
I am Tori Carty. I am the acting principal at Frankfield Primary and Infant School, and we are located in southern Manchester. I am really happy that CDB, JSIF, when they would have met with us, when they came to our school and had our focus meeting, I'm really happy that they listened to the concerns that we had. And one of the concerns we had was that we'd love to know how to write a proposal because we just don't know how to. And we recognize through this same proposal writing workshop how many funders there are. And so being able to see that they have delivered on what they said they tried to do. They didn't make a promise, but they listened to our concerns. We said to them, okay, we need funders. We need how to write a proposal. And they delivered that this week. And we're really thankful that we have partners like this who will respond and help to build us as an institution.
With the proposal, I think for our area, data is a real hindrance. There's a lot of data out there, but the collection and storage and using of data to make information, that is something we have to work on as a region, but particularly in Barbados. What happens is people will capture the information, but the speed in which you can turn that to make it a more effective and efficient way to respond to any disaster. So one of the proposal I will put forward is one from a community base. So that in a nutshell is what I'm trying to do, utilize the Cobalt toolbox to be able to capture that data. Once you are able to capture that data, then you utilize that data now to provide 3D maps. Most definitely, I think this is something that can start and replicate through Barbados, but I think this is something that can actually replicate across the Caribbean because data-driven responses is where we need to be. You can be more clinical, you can be more targeted in what and where you need to send your resources at a go. So this, I think, is going to be revolutionary because it's at a grassroots level.
We have learned and gained more knowledge in the process of writing project proposal in the correct way is very important. And I would say very important again. We must know our goals, our objectives, our activities, our outputs, our outcome, and most of all, the impact. The impact to be successful in writing project proposal that will help to cushion and mitigate the climate change and the environmental disaster that the Caribbean countries are facing today. I encourage all participants to be committed, motivated, and live up to your true potential so that we can have a great impact.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it will put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organising a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation, that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
a highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet on the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up Kobo Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we carry all the time with us, mobile telephones, to obtain data.
We have to ensure that we have field officers in the space to where the technology will not work, that persons are there. Because the truth is, no matter how far advanced we get, there is always a need for that human contact.
Any community with the right capacity can transform their space. So I think even as we start our development conversation, a lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of Project A more capacitated than when we first started.
Beneficiaries from the Pisgah Primary and Infant School and the Child Protection and Family Services Agency shared their experience of data driving real change.
The communities of Pisgah, Huntley Castle, Berkshire Wood, Chevet Hills, we are proud beneficiary of a new school that is now being constructed. Thank you to CDB. Further data was used to assist 6 groups of parents who were trained and they were given grants to start their small businesses. We are now employing women on the site. Community persons are earning a living, and I'm telling you, we are coming out of the generational and the rural poverty that we have been experiencing over the years.
In 2023, the CPFSA benefited from the construction of our first child therapeutic center through funding from CDB under the Basic Needs Trust Fund. The therapeutic center provide services for what I would call the most acute cases, the children who require in-depth therapeutic interventions. Since January of this year, the center has seen 226 children.
The symposium was not just an event, but a call to action. By building capacity and empowering communities through data, Caribbean nations can move closer to eradicating poverty and achieving inclusive societies.
And together we can find the hope that's buried deep within. If we put away our differences and let's all be friends.
My name is Annika Linfat. I am the AVP of Client Sales and Services at JN Fund Managers. You don't need tens of thousands of dollars to start your investment account. You can start by opening a mutual fund account, which is one of the simplest and easiest investment vehicles. What is the mutual fund? The mutual fund is a pool investment where we take different investors' funds, pool it together to invest in multiple instruments. Each instrument is varied based on risk, and they are invested into different instruments. So you can own a piece of a bond, a piece of stocks without going into the risk solely on your own. The three major benefits of mutual fund are: one, diversification. This is where you invest in a wide range of financial instruments, giving you a wide portfolio. Two, compound interest. You can benefit from compound interest by where your principal gains interest and you earn additional interest on both principal and interest. And thirdly, it is flexible and convenient because it's professionally managed, which provides an ease for you. So start your investment account today by contacting a financial advisor.
Hello, my name is Devroy Davis and I'm a financial risk analyst with the JN Financial Group. Stocks deliver better returns over the long term because great businesses perform better over time. For anyone interested in buying stocks, my suggestion would be to get as much information as is possible about that company, as well as a clear understanding of the industry in which that company operates. There are a few advantages to this. Some of these include the ability to see factors that could benefit the company, as well as the risk that could negatively impact. When you understand the business of the company, you are able to stay confident in the quality of your investment. For example, if you're investing in a paint manufacturer or distributor, you can be confident that the sales of the company will pick up around Christmas time. This knowledge allows you to keep a level head if and when the stock price goes down. In fact, by understanding the nature of the business, you can improve your returns by buying shares when the stock price is low.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with global and regional partners, brought together over 60 community development professionals from 14 Caribbean countries for a transformative week of training in Jamaica.
We have had representatives from all 9 of the BNTF countries, and they have been introduced to the digitization of data using the COBOL toolbox.
A main feature of the workshop was the World Bank's Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, GEMS, a capacity-building program which uses cost-free open-source tools such as COBOL Toolbox.
GEMS is an extremely impactful program because it enables governments and other local stakeholders around the world to set up customized digital data collection and analysis systems or digital monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusion. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground, giving them real-time information on what is happening in the field.
All of this gives us a better handle on the data collection process, the authenticity of the data, the longevity of the data, in that we know it is reliable, it is accurate.
The GEMS training
is what exactly the Caribbean needs with respect to addressing the shortcomings that we have in poverty eradication.
The workshop participants got an opportunity to apply their learning, from asset mapping in Brownstown to beneficiary surveys in Mendestown.
There are 775 communities that we work with, and so what we started to do in 2012 is to really identify the assets or the resources or the things that are of value or importance to our communities.
In order for us to achieve our goals of having the economic development met, we have to have accurate data. And so it's very critical what the CDB is doing with the development of the COBO software.
With COBO Toolbox on board, we would be able to collect data in a more real-time manner. We can better understand the communities and what needs to be done in terms of planning and development and moving forward.
The project was basically about rehabilitating the Mendestown Farm Road. So before the project, it was in a very deplorable condition.
Before the new road built, it was very hectic for the farmers because we used to have to travel a good distance from the farm to the road with the goods and the sticks. Since the Mendestown Farm Road has built, it's much easier for us farmers. We use the donkey less and we get the sticks much easier to the farms.
Two main impacts is we and our children get into the main to go to our businesses, and the farmers getting out their produce to go to the market. Oh my God, it's like we're in heaven now. The farmers, they got it a lot easier because they would have to put the load on the donkeys, but now the donkeys are on holiday. When we are going up to the street, we have to carry 2 shoes. When we reach the main, we would change up. But my God, since the road have been there, it's a blessing.
Today's experience was very rewarding, seeing the satisfaction and getting first-hand knowledge from residents as to the benefits they have derived from the implementation of this sub-project. We were taught how to develop proper questions for the COBO Toolbox application, and really using it in community today helps us understand how we can improve on our questioning, ensuring that we gather the information that we really need.
It was good interacting with the community members to see how satisfied they were with the project, and just to see the smiles on their faces and them relating how beneficial the project was. That was a very good experience.
No more mud, no more grass, no more tears, no more crying again. Thank you, Lord, for CDB.
The training has been quite useful, and I think it will improve the capacity of countries in the Caribbean to do poverty analysis and to allow them to put strategies and programs together to address the issue of poverty.
I give a thumbs up for COBO Tool, and we definitely will use it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm definitely excited about this workshop, just as the other 60 participants from across the region, and I'm also even more excited about what they will do upon their return to their respective countries.
We will be continuing to build capacity, not only in our BNTF countries, but across the projects and programs and technical assistance projects financed by the Caribbean Development Bank.
Once we listen to people and try to respond to their needs in a meaningful way, that is when development happens.
Imagine a future where communities are equipped to drive their own development, shaping lasting change that reaches every corner of the Caribbean. That's the vision behind the Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF, established by the Caribbean Development Bank in 1979. This program is a cornerstone in the CDB's mission of reducing poverty and transforming lives through sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. By focusing on community-driven initiatives, the BNTF supports the improvement of education, human resource development, community access, and sanitation in some of the region's most vulnerable areas. Countries that have benefited from the BNTF include Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Suriname. Yet creating the opportunity was not enough. Lasting change begins with understanding stakeholder needs on the ground. It was vital to conduct beneficiary assessments to understand what gaps in capacity would prevent local organizations from accessing and managing development initiatives. Through evaluations in Guyana, Jamaica, and St. Lucia, the CDB uncovered critical insights, including that a staggering 94% of respondents lacked proposal writing skills, a key component to securing funding and resources. In response, CDB partnered with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency to organize hands-on workshops that trained 90 community development professionals from 19 Caribbean countries. These workshops led to the development of 75 new project proposals, 11 of which have already received funding, a firm stepping stone towards sustainable growth. As a result of this success, collaboration with Global Affairs Canada will develop the proposal writing course into an online module accessible to all. This isn't about one-time projects. It's about empowering communities to uplift themselves and create a ripple effect of sustainable development across the region. In Guyana, local organizations are now better equipped to build meaningful relationships and secure the resources necessary for continued development. In Jamaica, communities now have a clearer understanding of their development priorities and how to effectively advocate for their needs. And in St. Lucia, further communication and ICT training that engages youth and other vulnerable groups now ensures that all voices are heard in an inclusive development process. Regionally, 565 participants from 32 community groups have directly benefited from these initiatives, with a special focus on women, youth, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, ensuring that even the most vulnerable have a pathway to self-sufficiency and sustainable growth. This is the power of community engagement, and the Caribbean Development Bank will continue to stand beside our 19 borrowing member countries, supporting their journeys with tools, training, funding, and the resources they need to succeed.
Hi everyone, I'm Orlando Lewinson, Acting Business and Sales Relationship Manager at Jane Bank Savlamar, and today we're going to talk about good debt versus bad debts. So not all debts are created equal. Think of it like food. Good debt is like salad with chicken on the side. It's nutritious, it's productive for your body, and yourself will love you later for it. On the other hand, bad debt is like a greasy double cheeseburger with fries on the side. Tastes good now, but you'll regret it later. Good debt helps you build wealth and skills. A mortgage on your dream home? Now that's a good debt. Borrowing a loan to start the business to rake in the cash? Also a good debt. It's like investing in your future. But bad debt, that's when your credit card screams, buy that shiny thing. Then you'll find yourself paying sky-high interest on the sneakers that you're going to wear one time and then it's under your bed. So good debts give you wings to soar, and bad debts is like shackles on your ankles. So let's get ready to soar with good debts.
The
the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, CDB-BNTF, collaborated with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CDEMA, to hold 2 5-day regional proposal writing workshops for community development professionals and community leaders in Jamaica and Guyana.
We at CDEMA really want to provide the opportunity, along with our partners, the Caribbean Development Bank and other partners who are involved in this activity, to build the capacity of community persons to get grants to address some of those disaster risk management issues and climate change problems that we have in our communities.
If we create within our communities this idea of being resilient, we know that we will have a people who will be prepared, and so we'll be in a better position to manage our exposure to hazards.
Representatives from grant funding agencies, the private sector, and donors shared their knowledge and gave useful insights to the workshop participants.
They would have a better understanding of what donors require, understand the intricacies of preparing project proposals, understand the need for the proper rationales and their approaches and the project summaries and budgets. In essence, to ensure that they prepare smart project proposals, which will enable them to be able to receive funding to solve a lot of the problems that they have identified within the communities.
From this workshop, we expect that our groups will leave here being able to write more winning proposals that will contribute to the development and transformation of their organizations and their overall capacity to address the needs of their communities.
My participation in the workshop really looked at providing capacity support to integrate gender equality priorities and gender mainstreaming within the various project proposals.
So I think the proposal writing is critical, and providing the kinds of interactions with people like myself and others who receive proposals and provide support to organizations is key.
Workshop participants in Jamaica were taken on a field trip to the Port Royal Street Coastal Revetment Project. In Guyana, they visited a shade house at the Leguan Secondary School, which was constructed for students to grow crops for the school and wider community.
And I think the level of enthusiasm among the participants was definitely great.
For both workshops, 75 proposals were drafted, 40 in Jamaica and 35 in Guyana. To date, 3 have been finalized and submitted to CRIF, and another 2 were finalized for UN GEP SGP funding.
I came here knowing nothing about proposal writing, but I understand quite a bit now. It is quite in depth.
This workshop was extremely meaningful. It was an eye-opener. Now you know, if you do your research, if you pay attention to your funders, if you look at what they prioritize, you should have a good chance of them saying yes.
They listened to our concerns. We said to them, okay, we need funders. We need how to write a proposal. And they delivered that this week.
I'm heading back now to my village with some great concepts and in a better shape to lead my people in a more capacity building way.
Climate change is on the rise and it's not playing.
My name is Anneke Linfat. I am the AVP of Client Sales and Services at JN Fund Managers. You don't need tens of thousands of dollars to start your investment account. You can start by opening a mutual fund account, which is one of the simplest and easiest investment vehicles. What is the mutual fund? The mutual fund is a pool investment where we take different investors' funds, pool it together to invest in multiple instruments. Each instrument is varied based on risk, and they are invested into different instruments. So you can own a piece of a bond, a piece of stocks without going into the risk solely on your own. The 3 major benefits of mutual fund are: 1, diversification. This is where you invest in a wide range of financial instruments, giving you a wide portfolio. 2, compound interest. You can benefit from compound interest by where your principal gains interest and you earn additional interest on both principal and interest. And thirdly, it is flexible and convenient because it's professionally managed, which provides an ease for you. So start your investment account today by contacting a financial advisor.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it will put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organising a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
Hello, my name is Devroy Davis and I'm a financial risk analyst with the JN Financial Group. Stocks deliver better returns over the long term because great businesses perform better over time. For anyone interested in buying stocks, my suggestion would be to get as much information as is possible about that company, as well as a clear understanding of the industry in which that company operates. There are a few advantages to this. Some of these include the ability to see factors that could benefit the company, as well as the risk that could negatively impact. When you understand the business of the company, you are able to stay confident in the quality of your investment. For example, if you're investing in a paint manufacturer or distributor, you can be confident that the sales of the company will pick up around Christmas time. This knowledge allows you to keep a level head if and when the stock price goes down. In fact, by understanding the nature of the business, you can improve your returns by buying shares when the stock price is low.
At the Caribbean Development Bank, we know that lasting change begins with understanding. Understanding the needs of underserved groups, the opportunities available to them, and the barriers preventing their disaster preparedness and climate adaptation. In Jamaica and Belize, community projects aimed at risk reduction were struggling due to low participation, especially from women and youth. In response, the CDB's Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund introduced effective community engagement in 2018. We were able to boost involvement by identifying key needs and preferences, thus informing new strategies that secured the engagement of a diverse community throughout the project lifecycle. From this, powerful success stories have emerged where communities have been mobilized to take control of their own safety and resilience. In Belize, a survey of 550 residents in 11 Mayan villages revealed that many women and young adults were busy juggling caregiving duties and felt uncomfortable speaking up in community meetings. Taking this into account, home visits became the primary engagement method. The result was remarkable. Participation among women and youth increased by 70%, transforming these projects into truly community-driven efforts that resonated with locals and created lasting impact. In Jamaica, over 1,000 members of communities were concerned with poverty, unemployment, and the frequent threat of flooding. Yet 86% of respondents expressed a desire to be involved in community activities, especially disaster preparedness. With the right communication strategies and targeted empowerment resources, they are connected more securely with the tools for success. In Westmoreland, over 50% of residents have now participated in disaster preparedness activities, while in St. Thomas, nearly 95% of respondents expressed a desire to contribute to development initiatives, showing a significant commitment to long-term improvements. Across the waters, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, threats caused by volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, landslides, and floods have made communities like Sandy Bay, Fancy, and Georgetown vulnerable. Of the 499 community members surveyed, nearly 80% indicated they wanted to contribute to community safety initiatives, but only 56% were aware of disaster preparedness programs. This presents an opportunity for the implementation of empowerment strategies that capitalize on their desire to face disasters head-on. In the British Virgin Islands, a clear need to increase disaster preparedness presents itself in over $80 million in flood damage across the islands. This, along with the threat of crime, language barriers, and improper waste management, creates a situation of the utmost urgency. And these communities are willing to answer the call. Of the 225 survey participants, over 70% indicated a desire to participate in resilience building activities and disaster preparedness. Through the Caribbean Development Bank's Community Engagement Survey, we've uncovered a pathway to lasting change. More than 2,000 residents participated in planning sessions, with up to a 95% commitment to ongoing community development. This tool is now included in project management approaches in Belize, the British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. By strengthening communication, fostering collaboration, promoting inclusive development, and providing the tools they need, we can unlock these communities' potential, building resilience, reducing poverty, and transforming lives.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Sinon Johnson. I am a branch sales rep with JN Bank. Here are some tips to achieve any saving goal. Step 1, clearly define your goals. Be specific about what you want and how much you need to achieve it. Step 2, create a budget and stick to that budget. The aim is to organize your money according to your priorities as you save. Track your spending to see where you can cut back. Be sure to include emergency funds. Step 3, be intentional, automate your savings. This will keep you on track with little effort. Good luck with mastering your saving goal.
The best approach to disaster risk management is a proactive one that identifies not only the livelihood patterns that place communities at risk, but also develops appropriate contingency plans for potential disasters.
It is an efficient way to respond to any disaster. So one of the proposal I will put forward is one from a community base. So that in a nutshell is what I'm trying to do, utilize the Cobalt toolbox to be able to capture that data. Once you are able to capture that data, then you utilize that data now to provide 3D maps. Most definitely, I think this is something that can start and replicate through Barbados, but I think this is something that could actually replicate across the Caribbean, because data-driven responses is where we need to be. You can be more clinical, you can be more targeted in what and where you need to send your resources at a go. So this, I think, is going to be revolutionary because it's at a grassroots level.
We have learned and gained more knowledge in the process of writing project proposal in the correct way is very important. And I would say very important again. We must know our goals, our objectives, our activities, our outputs, our outcome, and most of all, impact. The impact to be successful in writing project proposal that will help to cushion and mitigate the climate change and environmental disaster that the Caribbean countries are facing today. I encourage all participants to be committed, motivated, and live up to your true potential so that we can have a great impact.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Hello. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch. Welcome back from lunch. How was lunch? Lunch was excellent? Okay, that's good. So since we're now back, to lift your spirits, we have some prizes and surprises for not everybody. We not have so much gifts. I did, but me remember saying me Santa Claus, so me not have so much gifts. Pardon? Okay. All right, so we're gonna keep our program moving, and I just want to know that you guys are still in good spirits and you're ready to do a little bit more learning, right? What's that? We don't. It was in the cake. All right, I haven't had my cake as yet, so I don't know. But I guess we can have a Mr. Moore. We can have a discussion afterwards. Okay, fine. Yeah, so we're going to move right now into the benefits of banking for community-based organizations. So for this section of the workshop, it's not necessarily a presentation. What I want is for two persons who are willing and able to come up and tell me a success story of their own or for their organization in terms of the benefits of banking for their community-based organization. So you have an account. You have an account for your organization, and tell me some of the benefits that you have derived from actually having that account. So two persons who can come up and give me just that experience, what that looks like for you guys and from your organization standpoint, and then you'll be able to get one of those gifts. So anybody going once? I see Miss Nardia.
Nardia coming on.
Lovely. State which organization you're with as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nardia Williams from the Blue Mountain CDC group.
Hold on, Nardia, 1 minute. Guys, remember from this morning, we're going to be respectful. So Nardia is on the floor now. So let's just give her that courtesy, please. Just listening in. You can go.
Okay.
You can go, yes.
Okay, so I'm Nardia Williams from the Blue Mountain CDC group. Yeah, good afternoon. And one of the benefits that my group is privileged to is that we keep adequate records. Our minutes are up to standard. We followed protocols, and with the help of the Mandeville SDC, they were close to us, and they help us to have everything on track. And whenever the government grant is out, they always encourage us to apply, and we apply, and because everything is in order, we'll get that grant. And we get grants to buy chairs, tables, filing cabinet, and a lot of other furniture for the community center. So, arriving from those stuff as well, we have other liquor funds, and then we sometimes give scholarship to students, like help to pay their CXC fee and help children along the way with books and school fees. So if you are in the group, just do the things right and you will be able to benefit from a lot of entities.
Okay, thank you so much, Nardia. And no, Nardia, don't leave us as yet. To do the presentation of the prize to you, we're going to ask Ms. Shanna Griffiths from the Jane Small Business team in Mandeville to make a presentation to you. What kind of biscuit that?
So we did say that you participate actively and you might just win a prize.
You might just win a prize, yes.
So, and now we have a mad rush for the mic. So who wants to come next to give their...
Yes. Give me 1 minute.
So he says, I am right here.
Oh, okay. And we have... Oh, my God.
All right. Good afternoon. Mic check. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So my name is Al, and I'm representing the Moko Police Youth Club. So with us, we have about 4 or 3 accounts, right? And we started with JMMB, and originally the club has been in existence for around 35 or 36 years, roughly. So we recently recovered a VMBS account last year because we was in the process of opening a US account. So we found it more accommodating for a lot of these overseas sponsors to donate within the US account. So we would have a US account and a Jamaican account at the same branch. And what they would ask us to do is to actually transfer over the funding from the US account to the local account when we're moving towards one of the assignments of the projects. So we have numerous accounts. We get statements from the bank, and we also do monthly reports, and we file them back up to headquarters, that is with CSSB. So we do have a hard copy book. We have about 2 or 3 different books. So we do have backup books. We're not totally digital or online yet. We were supposed to get a software, QuickBooks, but the sponsor didn't come to us yet. But we do have a couple books that we work with. And you know, when sponsors ask for projects, we could give them former projects. We have projects in the line waiting. But in terms of the bank account, it does really assist, because without a bank account, you cannot actually access a lot of these grants, because you know, grants comes, and even if you write a local sponsor and they want to give you the money and they want to be able to claim back at the end of the day, they would prefer writing a check, some instrument that is traceable, whether a manager's check or, you know, that's one of the benefits that we found out by having numerous accounts. But one of the best benefit is having a US account where the dollar, anytime it raises, it goes up, you know. But that was one of the key moves, and that was done by the steering committee. We took that decision to invest in that segment.
All right, thanks so much. What's your name?
Al.
What's your name?
My name is Al, and I want to say thank you for having us and inviting the Moko Police Youth Club. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Al. Shanake, you can come. Oh, Omar, you're doing this presentation? Omar will do the other presentation. All right, thank you so much. And there's a point that Al made a while ago that would have stuck out to me. The fact that they had a cross-currency account. So they had the local and they had the US. And he explained, it makes sense, you understand me? And he explained exactly the benefits of it. So I want you guys to listen in and take from the other participants things that they're doing, some best practices, and implement it in yours, because it's not going to go to your disadvantage at all. So we're moving into the Kahoot now, right? So this is another opportunity. Watch Nardia. Oh, you're Nardia as well?
Yes.
Okay. This
and
is another
right.
Yes. This is another opportunity for you guys to win. So just listen in, pay attention, and it's what? Quick fingers, right?
Quick fingers and correct answers. And so, you know, we always do our knowledge check. Stephanie and Richardo would have done their presentation about grant proposal writing and all the things that you need to do to be able to access grant funding. And so we're going to test that knowledge now. So shout the process to me, not loudly. Oh, wow. Let's see who is going to win. So we're going to go to our Kahoot, kahoot.it. And we are going to enter the game pin. So this is a knowledge check for the grant proposal writing session. Oh. All right, the game pin is 8161632. So that's 8161632. And we have 13 persons on the board. Okay, and we hear the disputes already. Something is wrong. And listen, it's from the table that was saying the data was not datering, and then it dated, and the Wi-Fi was not Wi-Fi, and then it Wi-Fi'd. All right. Okay, of a truth, the internet bandwidth seems to be giving a problem. Oh, the table needs a free gift. Yes, of course. You've been given a lot of free gifts, a lot of free knowledge. All right, we are building up. We are at 29. All right, I do know that we got up to 51. So there might be other persons who we are waiting on. Shall we start the game? I thought not. All right, so we're waiting on other persons to enter. Remember, the game pin is 816-1632. And this is the grant proposal writing knowledge check to give us an understanding of how much you learned from the session with Richardo and Stephanie. All right, so we're up now 31. Okay, connection lost. So even we are having challenges with the Wi-Fi. All right, we're back live. Game pin 816-1632. We are at 32 participants, and we will begin in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm generous and inclusive, so I will go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let the games begin. All right, remember this is the knowledge check from the grant proposal writing. What are some of the things that you need to know? What is one of the biggest challenges in writing an award-winning grant proposal? On red, we have ignore the community's need. On blue, we have not understanding and clearly stating the problem. On orange, not having enough money. And on green, writing too much content. What is one of the biggest challenges in writing an award-winning grant proposal? Oh, and we only have one response so far. Okay, all right. So we only had one person. Let's see who's on the leaderboard. Justin Nats. Nats with 978. Oh, they're saying the internet, 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 the internet. Oh, so if you're not on the Wi-Fi and you're using your data, it's not the internet, it is your network provider. All right, so most persons were not on the leaderboard, and it's also affecting us on the screen as well. So we perhaps need to forego this one. Hold on 1 second. We are going to relaunch the game again, and we'll spend just 10 minutes on it. Then we have to move on because we need to be respectful of your time. We did tell your time that we will close the workshop. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Here it is. All right, so we're trying to get the connectivity sorted so that we can relaunch the game again. Yes, it will generate a new game pin. So what you can do in the meantime is just refresh your page because you'll have a new game pin. So as we wait, just refresh your game pin and you will have a chance. Then everybody should get question 1, correct? Oh, somebody just asked me why? You didn't see the answer? Oh wow. Okay, so you're going to be at a disadvantage then, because the answer was there. Nats, you want to share with them what the answer? So we're gonna restart the game. Oh, it's not on the board just yet. Give us a moment, please. No. We're trying to refresh the page. So the only barrier to this is not us or the knowledge that was shared. We are all in the room. We're just having some internet challenges. Oh no, we are going to relaunch. Yes, we heard you. We're going to relaunch it. But we are also mindful of the time. Loading again. So the game pin will only come once the game is launched. Give me 1 second. We're going to launch again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, but okay, so we're launching the game again. We're gonna start. There we go, and the game pin is going to come up. Go again, Chevy. Yeah, so, okay. I think we'll have to forego this one, no internet. Wi-Fi is not cooperating with us, so unfortunately, we'll have to forego this one and move forward with the program. It's going to be difficult to decide.
All right, guys. Let me say sorry for the mishap a while ago. The Wi-Fi is just not working with us. And what was your suggestion, Sasha? So, Sasha, to put the person in the line of fire like that is a wicked act. Well, I mean, you guys are obviously competitive, but it's gonna be difficult for that person to do that. Mr. Nice, tomorrow we do that. But we're gonna move on because, as Omar said, we are respectful of your time, and we know that persons have stuff to do. So we want to move on with the program. So at this point in time, we're going to have a presentation from the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies, and I'm going to be inviting Ms. Tamale Lam Walker, who is the Development and Registration Officer at DCFS. So if you could make Ms. Walker welcome, please. It's Mrs., right? Mrs. Walker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I was just wondering if I had to wake you up because I don't want you to sleep on me, please. You want to sleep? All right, so I'm going to ask you, please, can you just stand a bit for me? Just 1 minute. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to read something and I want you to try to identify the body parts that you hear when I'm reading. Are you ready? All right, so it goes like this. I saw needy. Oh, let's go again. I saw Headley, who was needy in the army with a hip hip. I'm not seeing the hip hip. With a hip hip. Hooray. All right, so we're ready now. I saw Headley, who was needy in the army with a hip hip. Hooray. All right, let's go faster. I saw Headley, who was needy in the army with a hip hip hooray. All right, thank you so much. You may be seated. All right, so as was mentioned, I am Tammy Lam Walker, a Development and Registration Officer at the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies. Can I see a show of hands? All those who have heard about the Department of Cooperatives. What you hear? Good things and bad. Yes, quickly. Work with groups, yes. Supervise. Anything else? Register groups. Yes. A lot of documentation. Okay, you're on track. All right, so let's get right into it. So the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies is an agency under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And the department is headed by a registrar, Errol Gallimore. Yes, the department is headed by Registrar Errol Gallimore. What we do at the Department of Cooperatives is regulate entities registered under 5 different acts. So one, we have the Cooperative Societies Act, the Friendly Societies Act, Industrial and Provident Societies Act, Charities Act, Agricultural Loan Societies, and Approved Organization. So in essence, our job at the department is basically to monitor and ensure compliance based on registration under all the above mentioned acts. Clear? All right, great. So in executing our mandate, what we do is facilitate registration under all the acts that I just mentioned. We also monitor and supervise these societies and organizations. Because persons coming in, sometimes we have to, train them and provide them with education under these various acts to ensure that they understand how it is that they're supposed to operate under these various acts, which in essence ensures legal and operational compliance. Because they're dealing with funds most times, or because they're dealing with funds all the time, we ensure audit and investigations are conducted, right? Because remember, if it is that you are interested to deal with funds, individual monies, we have to ensure that we do an audit to prove or verify that you do what you say you are going to do, right? And not just write it on paper, but provide evidence through your receipts and all of those documentations for us to verify. In the event where there are misappropriation of funds, we do our investigations to ensure that we get evidence to see what was done with the funds in the event that they are misappropriated. We facilitate training and capacity building to build upon the competence, right? So in areas where we see shortcomings or in areas that we realize that need maximization, we tap into those areas to strengthen them, as well as provide education and training to build up those skills to ensure that you are functional in your respective roles. So I'll be focusing today on charities and benevolent societies in particular. So we register at the department charities under the Charities Act. And this act was established in 2013 to basically regulate, facilitate registration, administration, and governance, right? So entities based on the act that are registered under this act, they receive exemption from a number of taxes. The Custom Act, General Consumption Tax Act, Income Tax Act, Stamp Duty Act, Property Tax Act, and Transfer Tax Act. So once you are registered with us, these are the exemptions that you will receive. What the Act goes further to say is that there are a certain set of groups that are not eligible to be registered with us. So under this Act, political party or body that promotes a political party or candidate of a political party, a trade union, a representative body of employers, a chamber of commerce or other body that promotes the interest of commercial entities, a body that promotes purposes that are unlawful, prejudicial to the public or the safety, a body that is in support of terrorism or terrorist activities, whether these activities occur in Jamaica or outside of Jamaica, or for the benefit of an organization, being a member of which is unlawful. Now, the Act did not state why these persons cannot be registered. It only mentioned that these persons are excluded, right? So I can't tell you why, right? Because it did not say that. Now, what it did say is that those persons who are eligible to register as a charitable organization fall under these categories. So there must be evidence of public benefit. Organizations pursuing non-profit charitable purposes in areas such as education, health, relief of poverty. So we must see that you have you're registered. It's not for profit, right? There should be no gain attached to your registration. So if it is that you're expecting to receive income and remuneration from registering with us, then you don't want to register as a charitable organization because it's not for profit. Clear? Clear or not so clear? Clear. All right. Organization with none of its income or assets going to governing board members of any private individuals. Now, what are the requirements for registering a charitable organization? So the first step is to have your constitution or your articles of incorporation incorporated at the Companies Office of Jamaica. Now, when you register your constitution with your objectives and your powers, this must be done at the Companies Office, who you will receive a certificate of incorporation and articles of incorporation, which will include your objects and powers, as well as several areas outlined in the charities regulation. Now, this regulation was revised to include a number of clauses that must be present prior to coming to the Department of Cooperatives to register with us. And those can be found in the Charities Regulations 2022. Now, sometimes when persons come to us, they have no idea. They want to register a charity, but they have no idea what they want to do. Is that possible? If you're coming to us stating that you want to register a charitable organization, then you must have an idea of your intentions, what you want to do, right? So if it is that you are thinking of registering a charitable organization, you must provide to us, when you're developing your objectives, what exactly it is that you want to accomplish. What is your purpose, right? Not just that, but who are the beneficiaries? Who are your target group? Who are your target audience? Who are you hoping to reach? Right? Where is the target area for the charity? Right? All of these information are very important when you are creating your objectives. And not just that, but we expect also that they are accompanied by powers which tell us the how. Right? So you tell us what you want to do, who you hope to benefit from your charity, where you want it to be, the target area, but we also want to know how these things will be done, right? So that we call your objectives and your powers. So these must be present in your constitution. Clear so far? All right, great. In addition to that, you present to us an application fee of $5,000. You have to complete a fit and proper questionnaire for each governing board member. So if you have 5 governing board members listed on your application form, we're expecting to see 5 fit and proper questionnaires for those governing board members, in addition to a passport-size photograph for each member. And the passport-size photographs must be signed or certified by a justice of the peace or a notary public. We require also tax registration number, prior year financial statements for entities who have been registered for over a year. So sometimes persons are registered at the company's office who provide you with the legal status, right? So when you come to DCFS, we provide you with the charitable status. So I am saying that if it is that you were registered for a year or more with the company's office of Jamaica, and you come to us after that year, then you'll have to provide prior year financial statements. We also require a detailed plan of charitable activities, which outlines all the plans that you have when you register that charity, which I believe is fair, because if it is that you want to register the charity, you should have an idea of the plans you have. And there's also the administrative operations management policies and procedures of the charitable organization, which basically informs us of how your day-to-day operations will be like, who will be responsible for what, and to have an idea of your management practices. Each application should also be accompanied by a PEP form, which we have, which must be completed, and a beneficial ownership PEP form, politically exposed persons form, as well as the beneficial ownership form for those entities who are registering a foundation or a trust. So this form is only completed if you are registering a foundation or a trust, and that's a beneficial ownership form. Now, upon the receipt of your application, it is reviewed at our department, and the documents are submitted to Tax Administration Jamaica for review of your articles of incorporation. Now, if all requirements are not met, then you'll receive a no objection from TAJ, who will then return the application to us with information pertaining to the objection for you to make amendments at the Companies Office of Jamaica, right? And TAJ indicates a non-objection or an objection to the registration within 14 days. So when your application is sent to TAJ, they review the objects and the powers, your constitution in a whole. And they may provide an objection or a no objection. If it is that you receive a no objection, then we proceed to register the entity pending that everything is in order with all the documentation that you would have submitted. Do you understand? Great. Additional, so the resubmitted amended documentation, you are usually given 60 days to make those amendments. And if it is that the 60 days pass, then it would mean that you take, for example, another 6 months to submit it, then you know it's a new application. So you would have to submit all those documents all over again. And a different fee. Right. So you have to try. If it is that you realize you cannot make the 60-day timeline, then you'd have to request an extension. Bearing in mind that you don't have indefinitely to submit these documentation, because you can ask for one too many extensions. So you'll be granted no more than 3 extensions. And after that, then you know that it will be a new application. An appeal can also be made to the Charities Appeal Tribunal as per Section 37 of the Act. So if it is that you receive an objection, you are also given the option to make an appeal. Any application, as was expressed before, submitted after 60 days will be treated as new, considering that you receive no information pertaining to an extension. So if you didn't ask for an extension and you let the 60 days pass, then it's a new application. And if a no objection is received, the certificate will be prepared once all the requirements are met. And importantly, the certificate is valid for 2 years. After the 2 years have passed, then you can renew if it is that you so desire. Well, you're expected to do that. In addition to submitting your returns. Yes. Renewal fee is also $5,000. All right, so what are the tips for success if you are considering registering a charitable organization? It's important if you need information, if you need guidance, it's not a bad thing to ask for help, right? Because what happens is that some persons, they come with all the documentation, with some documentation incomplete, and, you know, they take, it's good to take initiative, but if you're not so clear, ask us for help, so we can steer you in the right direction and also eliminate the need for the process to be more difficult for you. Because if it is that you come to us with things that are not properly done, then we have to send you to make amendments to those documentation and return to us. So come to us for guidance if it is that you need assistance. All right, you can also send an email to info@dcfs.gov.jm, or you can visit our website at www.dcfs.gov.jm. We also register benevolent societies at the department, which are really community-based organizations where a group of persons come together to develop their community, to enrich the members within that community, to lobby for the improvement of community infrastructure, as well as assist in areas of need for members within that community. So we classify them as benevolent societies. What are the benefits of registering a benevolent society? Well, as far as we are concerned, we have seen where funding agencies are often attracted to community-based organizations when they are legalized, right? So one of the major benefits of registering as a benevolent society is that there's greater, and note that I say greater, access to funding. right? You have a power to lobby. Now it's a big thing for you to register as a benevolent society. It doesn't just come with a fancy name, but it comes with power to lobby for various sorts of infrastructure development. Whether lobbying to parish councils, for development of the infrastructures in your communities. You have access to employment opportunities, skills training, as well as tax exemption from income tax, as well as stamp duty. Now, what are the requirements for registering one of these organizations? Specifically, a benevolent society. Now, you must have a minimum of 21 members. Now, the access, you must have 21. So if you come with 20, you're not eligible. You must have 21 or more members to be eligible for registering as a benevolent society. Now, you must have a steering committee, which should be elected from the group, and that must be an odd number of individuals, ranging from 5 to 11. You must complete our application forms, as well as the registration agreement, and you must present your project proposal or development plan, so we can have an idea of your intentions, funding, if necessary, your proposed activities that you hope to accomplish as an organization, if you have any donors, any sponsorships to receive, all of those information. We also require a statement of affairs outlining the income and expenditure of the organization, as well as a cash-in-hand statement to show or verify the amount of money in hand that you're starting or registering with. Now, this is at a cost of $2,000 for registration. There must also be a written proof of address presented, right? Proof of proposed location, just to state that you have an area for meetings designated to be utilized. There's also, we have available proposed rules that is in accordance with the Friendly Societies Act that we have at a cost of $3,000 available to the members. Now, this is usually discussed at a training, pre-registration training, where the members and the officers come together to discuss what needs to go in the rules. Now, the model is just there to act as a guide so you can remain in conformity with the act. But in essence, what goes in the rules is basically based on what the members agree to. Now, the pre-registration is at a cost of $900 for a minimum of 5 hours. And this is mandatory. Now, what are some of the best practices to maintain compliance for benevolent societies? And I've heard it being stressed so much today. Submission of financial records to facilitate audit in a timely manner. Now, this is very crucial. Convening of your meetings, knowing the act and rules that govern your society. And I always say to members that you cannot practice something that you don't know. So if you want to remain in compliance with the act and the regulations, you have to know what they say. You have to know what is in them, right? You cannot practice something that you don't know. So you have to know the rules and act that govern your society. You are mandated to submit statutory forms, your forms 3 and 7, as well as do proper strategic planning and budgeting, as well as learning to identify and manage risk associated with operations, identifying them as early as possible so they can be fixed, so they do not cause the society to be cancelled. And most of the societies fall short in this regard, right? The risks are there, and they allow it to go on and on and on, unaddressed, until it cannot be fixed anymore and end up having to be cancelled. So we encourage societies to tap on the areas, the risk areas, as they are identified in order to minimize these issues. So these post-registration requirements for charities. So after the charity is registered, annual returns must be completed or filed by March 31st. Audited financial statements by March 31st. A notice of change also should be provided once there are changes to directorship, change of address, change of governing board members, etc. This change must be made to the Companies Office of Jamaica no later than 28 days. For renewal, 2 months prior to the expiration of the certificate, the charity can commence the renewal process, right? And you have up to 6 months grace period after the expiration of the date to renew. Failing to renew within the timeline, the charity has to apply for re-registration. I'm winding down. So in essence, we provide post-registration services also for benevolent societies. We provide research, training and development in the form of capacity building training for individuals registered in these communities. We assist with development and implementation of policies, as well as we facilitate rule amendments. So if it is that you are registered with our rules, we do facilitate helping you to make changes to the rules as time progresses. We conduct operational assessment to ensure that you remain in compliance with the act and regulations under which you are governed, as well as attend meetings to help bring a resolve to issues that you may have. Our regulatory function, conducting inspection, conducting periodic checks of accounts, attending board and committee meetings. We attend and provide technical assistance also at annual general meetings. And one of our major functions is providing auditing of accounting records, as I had mentioned initially, and conducting investigation in cases where there are misappropriation of funds, and attend annual general meeting to present audit after the audit is conducted. Now, thank you so much for listening. If there are any additional questions, you may visit us. Yes.
Yes, my name is Hamlet Stone from the Ballas Valley CDC. What I didn't hear you mention is that you need also to have a stamp, yes, and a TRN seal.
Yeah, man, those are requirements. As I said, you have to know the act and the rules and ensure that whatever information are contained within the act and the rules, of which those two things are mandatory, you have to ensure that you get them done. So I may not have indicated every single thing, but the act and the rules, speak for themselves.
I was hoping that getting registered with you would then help enable a group to get a TRN, because that's a big challenge for the groups.
We do facilitate that after the group is registered. You receive letters to receive your bank account, TRN and NIS. And that's after you're registered though.
So we can register first.
You have to.
We can register with you first.
You have to.
And then get the TRNs.
You would have to.
Question: when a group is deregistered,
right,
how do you notify the group?
Well, there is often issued a letter to state that they are no longer on our register, right? And they would well, sometimes, based on the circumstances, liquidation is done by the registrar. Yes.
All right, so we maintain a database of groups.
Mm-hmm.
So what we realized that all groups, once they're registered with Department of Cooperative and Friendly Society, they are benevolent society.
Right.
How can we, the SDC, become aware? Because most times they cannot present to us. They'll tell us that they're deregistered, but they cannot present. So it's their word. They can't present a letter to say they are actually deregistered. So how can we, is there a list or like a database online when they're deregistered? It's updated there, or?
Well, there are no database online, but you can contact us and we will provide that information.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Why physical record is not issued to them?
Physical records?
Yeah, like you're deregistered that date.
Well, based on the knowledge I have, information is provided to these societies when they are cancelled. As far as I know.
Thank you. So if I go on the site now,
Yes, www.dcfs.gov.j.
would I be able to find enough information to register as a charity?
I believe you can, and you can also contact us for further information.
Do you have a business card?
I have my email address. You can send your request, and I'll provide you with a response, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No number? No telephone number?
Well, we are still in the process of, we recently moved, so we have not obtained our phone lines as yet. However, you can send an email, and you'll be sure to get a response.
One second. Hi, you said you do auditing.
Auditing.
Is there a fee for the auditing?
Well, yes, there is a fee, and it's not a fixed fee, and it's usually determined based on the years of audit you have outstanding. Now, it is discounted, and we usually advise you to ensure you have your accounts audited yearly to minimize receiving an exorbitant fee that sometimes, or most times, entities struggles to pay.
Good.
In terms of, for charities, yes. For groups, no.
I had a question, right? I have two in particular, right? The first one is, I saw you present that the number when you are registering a benevolent society, it's 21.
21.
Wasn't it originally 15?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Okay.
The act says 21, and the act still remains in effect.
And you're saying currently you must come in with a development plan and a statement of affairs, etc., etc.
Right.
And those are under the new statute.
Well, you are having it mistaken with the charities, which was recently revised. But the information for registration of societies remain as it was. You can provide me with your email address, and I'll be sure to send you all the requirements for registering a benevolent as well as a charity.
Okay, so I'm kind of mixing those
Depending
two.
on, you would have to indicate to me your objectives so I can provide better guidance as to what would be most befitting to your organization.
Miss, through you.
Okay,
yes. The CDC, the Community Development Groups,
yes.
Can they register with you in order to acquire a TRN?
They can.
Okay, thanks.
But would that be the only reason for registering, though? I hope not.
No.
Yes.
And when you deregister group, do you state why you deregister them?
Yes,
Okay.
and most times we do not just deregister. We would have provided a number of interventions before it gets to that point. All right?
Is it that groups have to first register as a benevolent society and then later move on to become a charity if they want?
Well, that's optional. You can do it the opposite way as well. You can register as a charity, and if it is that you have interest in registering as a benevolent, you can do that also.
Okay.
But it doesn't go one before the other.
Good evening again. I don't hear you stress on paying due because a lot of these groups don't pay due.
Well, one of the most important, so the thing is, membership within a benevolent society is based on dues payment. So you are not considered a member if you are not up to date with your dues, right? Not just paying the dues, but up to date. You're considered a financial member once the dues are up to date. Okay.
For some of these paper to be signed, but JP, just like any business, did you know that some of the JPs don't understand the papers?
Some of the JPs don't understand?
And don't even know the first thing to do to sign the papers for them, just like any other business?
I wasn't aware, sorry. All right, thank you so much for having me. If you have further questions, you may visit us at our booth. Thank you so much.
It's me now, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you to Mrs. Walker for her presentation a while ago. And I am sure that whatever questions you guys might have had, Mrs. Walker would have been able to answer them sufficiently. We're going to keep the presentations moving, and now we're going to move into establishing banking arrangements. Just give me 1 minute, please. Oh, yes, so I'll be doing this leg of the presentation. So it's establishing and maintaining formal banking arrangements and sound record keeping. So can anybody tell me what they think, why it is important for you to establish and maintain formal banking arrangements and sound record keeping? Anybody at all? For transport, very good, very good. Never give for you, have to. Somebody said another C word? Yes. Anything? All right. Anything else? Any other? Accountability. All right, good. So you guys have been paying attention. You guys are thinking. So at the end of this presentation, participants will know common requirements for KYC compliance and due diligence. We're going to go into KYC. Understand how to develop protocols for signing officers and know how to maintain banking records. Oh, there's going to be a self-assessment to determine readiness to begin the account opening process by applying the information being shared and developing an action plan. So I have that here, and this is in your folders as well. So at the end of the presentation, we'll take a few minutes just to do a walkthrough to see exactly where you guys are at in terms of your readiness for account opening. Oh, yeah, man. All right, so it says, main features of a financial management system. A dedicated bank account in the name of your group with at least 2 signatories is what? Good practice. It is necessary, if necessary rather, additional bank accounts may be useful in managing funds, particularly if some funds should be segregated for specific purposes. So I think it was an earlier presentation that was making mention of this as well, the importance of segregating the funds. So if you have the funds from the donors, they must be segregated from the other funds so as to ensure transparency. And we also heard from Al, right? He indicated that they have 2 separate accounts. They have a US and a JMD account for their organization. So that's something that you guys can look into as well. And for most organizations, it's one process. So if you're going to open the JMD account, you just know, hey, you want a US account just the same, and everything can be done at the same time. So it says benefits of having a bank account for the group. Improves the security of financial management. Everybody understands that point? Okay, good. It creates an independent track record for of your expenditure, which can be used to support grant applications. This has been something that's been said time and time again throughout the presentations today. And then it says enhances the group's financial credibility. Somebody had said credibility earlier. So you cannot go wrong in terms of opening a bank account for your organization. Because as I normally say to persons, the easiest thing to do is to pull up your banking records. So you go to the institution, you request a history print of the account to see the transactions there. And it's easier for you. So instead of you go back and I wonder, say, oh, how much will you spend X time or Y time? Everything is recorded in the account here for you to just pull up your records, go through and see what you need to do. Let's continue. Remember what we said about a bank account as a feature of your... Yeah, okay, we're getting through that. All right, so benefits of banking for community-based organizations. So we have them here: financial credibility, record keeping, access to grants, loans, and digital transactions, separation of funds. Bank accounts help community groups to build financial credibility, maintain proper record keeping, and gain access to grants, loans, and digital transactions. Having a dedicated bank account also provides a clear separation between personal and organizational funds, supporting transparency and accountability. I want also to pay attention to this section about digital transactions. Yesterday in one of the presentations, the lady from Rotary, right? Yes. Yes, Debbie Ann Matthews. She was speaking to how easy it is when you do digital banking, because instead of having to go to the bank and stand up in the long lines and people want to do checks, and checks are getting obsolete by the day, you can go access the platform, do whatever transactions, and it's easier for you as well because you can do everything from in the comfort of your offices, comfort of your homes. You have a quick transaction that you need to do. You don't have to go on the road. So how many persons in here believe in digital transactions or online banking? I not say every hands though. Okay, most persons. Okay, so Ali's giving a real life scenario where it helps with one of his projects instead of him having to go to the banks. So not only do I want to know how many persons are into digital transactions or online banking, how many of you are actually practicing that now? That's a better question. Repeat that for me. You have to receive tokens. Oh yeah, some institutions will have that, yes. Sorry, one more. Just show me, by a show of hands, how many persons are actually practicing online banking by virtue of their organizations. You see they're gonna get a prize? You're gonna get a prize, Okay, fine. So we're gonna have you maintain your job. I joke, me never have no prize, do you know? I joke. All right, let's continue. All right, so it says common requirements for opening a bank account. So what we have done is that we have done our research to find out the different requirements across 2, 4, 5 commercial banks. So the first one says valid photo IDs of signatories. This is required across NCB, BNS, Sagicor, JMMB, and JN Bank. Proof of address for signatories and organization. All 5. TRNs for the signatories and organizations. In terms of proof of address, you guys know what will be accepted for proof of address? All right, so a utility bill, yes, that's a very good one. For the individual, you can use like a bank statement, or for some organizations, you can also use a postmark envelope. You can use a postmark envelope. For the individual as well, you can also use a credit card statement, or you can use a bank statement. It says TRN for signatories and organizations. Legal, sorry? Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. You have a question, Sasha? Hold on.
What if the organization does not have the listed proof of address?
You can get it's different per organization, But we have what you call the proof of address form that a JP can complete for you. And sometimes you can accompany that with like a site visit. So like the rep from the bank can come take some pictures. That along with the proof of address form can be accepted for us. But, well, I know for a fact for JN. Yes.
Question here.
Yeah.
I've heard from banks because I find it very kind of intrusive to be asking me when I'm signing for an organization for some of those things, like Scotia, asking me for reference, asking for proof of source of my funds, personal funds and all of that. But then they are saying that it's BOJ's requirement.
It is.
Then how is it then that BOJ would have had the requirement that for Scotia and NCB and not for Sagicor and JMB?
For what? For
proof of income, my personal income. I'm signatory to a business account.
Let's go back to this slide here that speaks to KYC compliance. So KYC is know your customer. So under the BOJ banking regulations, it is a requirement for all banks that you're onboarding individuals to have an understanding and appreciation of who this individual is. So that's what, so if you're KYC compliant, it means that all your documents, your ID, TRN, proof of address, proof of income are up to date. So we've done a full assessment of you to know who we're getting into business with. The thing about it is that if you're gonna be signing on the account, that means we're also getting business with you. Therefore, we want to know exactly who you are. So if it is that we need the requirement, if you're going to be a signatory on that account, so they're establishing the account at the bank and you're going to be signing on that account, the bank requires that you provide certain documentation for us to have a full understanding of exactly who we're getting in business with. Mark you, I cannot speak to what obtains at BNS, JMB or Scotiabank or the others, but what I know is that it is indeed a BOJ regulation, because at the end of the day, we, the banks, are held accountable for your funds. So we want to ensure that there are certain parameters in place within which we live to secure the funds within the organization. Yes, Gregory. Before Chidepo Omar, tired.
Everybody. Two questions.
Sure.
One, do you guys do online banking for CSOs? That's one.
For groups?
Yes.
If you have the account, yes.
Secondly, is there a transfer limit, online transfer limit?
No. No further questions? All right, so we continue. Proof of income for employment for the signatories? Yes, Al.
All right. As it relates to JMMB and VMBS, when it comes,
VM is not here, but yes.
When it comes to like the checklist with your TRN,
yeah.
All right. So with JMMB, if you do not have a TRN for the entity, they would require that each member signing up has to provide their TRN.
Once there's none for the entity.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And with VMBS, they give you a choice. If you do not have it, you could just check that little box that the entity has not obtained one yet, and they will make you proceed and register. But most of these banks require also that you present a seal or a stamp for the entity.
Yes.
And that is another challenge for entities who have not legally registered to obtain a stamp.
I will accept that. I'll accept that. Moving along to references. So what I have found is that references, it's really, a lot of institutions are cutting it out, because even for Jane, in terms of opening a regular personal bank account, you don't need to provide any references. Proof of source of funds, only BNS is requiring that. So I guess that is something that they're also phasing out. And minimum the opening deposit. So you don't need one. Okay, fine. Get that by online scan for the various commercial banks. Okay, so as a caveat, the information was gathered by an online scan for the various commercial banks' websites. So certain information might be updated. So I guess if you go in, this might not necessarily be what obtains, but this by and large is the basics of what you'll need for opening a bank account. If you're considering a credit union or PC bank account for your organization, ensure they are able to receive international funds, transfers, and offer accounts in foreign currencies. You can understand why, right? Because if it is that your donors are overseas and they want to have funds transferred to you, they must be able to accept wire transfers. All right, so signing protocols, setting up protocols for signing officers. Who should be a signing officer? Who do you think should be a signing officer? Such as? Give me some examples. Yeah, so I heard the treasurer, the president, the secretary. Okay, all right, good. Good practices for dual signatories and approval control. So why do you think it is important or a good practice to have dual signatories? No. Hold on. Let me hear what Mr. Knight just said.
No one person can go and take out the company funds.
There we go. I know your money I play with. At the end of the day, it is company's funds, so there must be certain controls that are in place to protect those funds. Keeping your mandate up to date, that's important as well. So what you guys are encouraged to do as well is to, from time to time, just go back and review your records to see exactly what's there. Ensure everything is up to date, because we're living now in transformational times and times are moving ahead. So there might be certain things that you want to have up to date or up with the times that it's not going to put you at a disadvantage, but at the same time, make life a little bit easier for you. And then it says templates or examples for setting up resolutions. These are actually online. So you can easily go online and find anyone, edit it for your organization so it can suit you. Maintaining banking records. This is very, very important. Very, very important. And one point I heard yesterday in one of the other presenters is that it helps for easy transition as well in terms of power. So say, for instance, one president is handing over to another. When you're able to provide a full and comprehensive handing over in terms of the banking records and the transactions for the club or company or whatever, it makes life easier so you can know where you're coming from and determine where you're going. So it says, keeping these records help your organization stay organized and show how money is used. Very important. Funders often ask for this information to make sure their money is being spent the right way or to check if you can manage funds well. Because here what happens now. Some we can't even manage funds at home. Then we're going to talk about manage funds for organizations and companies. So we want to ensure that the record here will show, because the numbers cannot lie. So if you have a set amount of money that it was earmarked for, I don't know, a specific project, and you keep going over, and you keep having to seek additional funds, it means that something is wrong and you're not able to maintain or manage the funds well. So when you have proper banking records though, one, you can keep track and say, all right, here what? Midway into the project, we are 60% of budget. And so we need to either hold back or cut down or something in order to ensure that we don't go over budget. But what records will you keep in order to keep track of these things? Bank statements, deposit slips and withdrawal records. This goes all the way back to Rose's presentation this morning about, help me, Omar, record keeping and also petty cash. Because it doesn't matter how small the amount is, you have to account for it. It could be $150 for taxi fare. You want to ensure that every dollar that has been spent and the purpose for which it was spent has been recorded. It says copies of checks, monthly reconciliation reports. And it says tools that you can use to track this activity: Excel, ledger, software, manual logs, or books. And somebody mentioned QuickBooks. I think it was Al. You mentioned QuickBooks earlier. So choosing the right bank. We have a whole heap of banks out here. So it is important to choose the right financial institution to support your financial needs. What did you say, sir?
Jamaica National.
Okay. Ensure the institution is a registered deposit-taking institution. If possible, consider the needs of local and international partners. Make sure your bank can accommodate your transactions. No cancel whenever. Tell you no. Because this here is very, very important. So what is also important is for you to go out and do your research to ensure that whichever bank you're choosing, it satisfies these conditions here as per your organization. Be sure also to consider, are the services and products offered relevant to your group? Because what if they're not? So you might like a specific bank, yes, but Bank A does not offer the services that you need for your group. So it don't make sense you go with Bank A out of loyalty, because at the end of the day, you're setting yourself up for failure. Do they offer wire transfer services? We went through this before. Will you need to make a wire transfer? Is there a limit on signatories? What are their complaints or dispute resolution avenues? This again is important too. What are the fees and charges? Are bank statements easily accessible? Are the requirements achievable for your organization? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is something I want you all to pay keen attention to, because this here is of utmost importance to all organizations. And once it is that you have found an organization or a bank that satisfies all of this for you, then you can go ahead and make that decision. Beginning the banking process. Participants will use the banking checklist. So there's a worksheet that is in your folders. It says banking checklist worksheet. Everybody has a copy? Going once, going twice. All right, so we're ready? All right, so we're competing against the rain. So just listen a little bit more keenly for me. I'm going to be roving the room so that you can probably hear a little bit better. So it says, preparing to open a bank account for your organization. Instructions. Use this checklist to identify what documents and steps your organization has already completed and what is still needed to open your account. This is very good. This is practical, and you can use it as a roadmap to opening that account if it is that you don't have one. So it says part 1, organization information, certificate of registration or incorporation. So you see it has it's numbered, and it also the item and whether you have it or not. So you can tick yes, you can tick no. So certificate of registration or incorporation, you tick yes or no if your organization has that. Certificate of registration or a registered charitable organization or charity certificate. So it also depends on what applies to you. Taxpayer registration number. So does the organization have a TRN? Memorandum or articles of association or incorporation. Do we have that, yes or no? Proof of physical address, utility bill or lease agreement. Number 6 is constitution. Are you guys still able to hear me well? Okay, great. Constitution or bylaws. Number 7, minutes authorizing account opening. And number 8 says resolution to appoint signing officers. So remember, we're scanning through to see exactly which we have and which we do not have. And whatever we don't have and we need to get, that's going to be your homework when you leave here, to work on getting that which you don't have in order to help you to open the account. Then we go to part 2, signatory information. So it says here, government issued IDs, example, passport or driver's license. Everybody must have at least a driver's license, or at least your, what's it called again, your national ID. Next is your TRN. Away from that, proof of address. And remember, as I said, for those persons, you might not have a utility bill that comes in your name, because some persons you're renting and the bill comes in the name of the landlord. You can also, most institutions have a document that you can take to a justice of the peace or a pastor or whomever to sign it, and they'll accept it as proof of address. Then it says proof of income. Usually it's your your job letter or your last 3 months pay slips, or you have persons who are pensioners, your pension slip can be used as well. You have persons who are self-employed. You have institutions, I know specifically for JN, they have what is called the self-employment verification form. So say for instance, you don't have a pay slip or a job letter, and you don't have a utility bill. So you can get from the organization the proof of address form and the proof of income, the self-employment verification rather. Take these to your JP or your pastor, and the one JP or pastor can sign both forms. Because the thing about it is that we are cognizant of the fact that we have to make allowances for everybody. And so some persons, especially those who are self-employed, it might be a little bit more difficult. Just hold the question 1 minute, please. Might be a little bit more difficult for you to provide certain documentation. So we have the file, and I think most organizations have it where you just get the JP to sign it for you, and you can use it to open the account. Sasha, you had a question.
Yes, I keep hearing you say proof of address.
Uh-huh.
But since COVID, we have had several online. We're not talking about in here, but it's just a thought that came to mind. We have a lot of online businesses which don't necessarily have a physical address. How do you account for that when it comes to proof of address?
We do have those, you know. I think if it is that I think the business is, if it is that you operate the business from your home, then yes, if you operate the business from your home, then you can register it as your address as well, and then the same proof of address form, the JP can sign that for you as well.
Okay.
So once it is that you operate, say from, because more often than not that's the case, because some person have like online businesses and so on. But I like where you're going. Yeah. Because at the same time, you still want to open an account for that for that company that you're operating, because you don't want the funds to commingle. So that's a good point. Thank you. Sure.
So,
sorry, just let me take this question quickly. Yes.
For the group, proof of address for the group. We have a group. We have a community group, right? So our meetings are held at a business place where a community member give us the permission to use his business place to keep our meetings, events. So how would proof of address come in for the group there?
So you only have meetings in this space?
No, events. We keep our events there too.
Also, like your committee meetings and so on, those are held in that space as well?
Fundraising events.
But there's another business that operates from there?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have to do some further research. And what's your name?
Shauna Wilson.
Shauna, I'll definitely take your information afterwards and get back to you on that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Stephanie, you want to jump in here?
Okay. What I was saying is that you must have what is considered a registered address. So your registered address may not necessarily be where you have your meetings, but you have identified a location where you will receive your mail. And then that is considered your registered address anytime you are applying. So if it is that you're registering with company's office or you're doing any business with the bank, you have your registered address, which is where you get your mail.
So, Shauna, in this case, to piggyback on what Stephanie said, at that point you could use, based on the fact that you've established where your address is, you could use the postmark envelope as the proof of address in that instance.
And just to add to what Stephanie said in terms of the office space, because based on the groups that we work with, they need to identify office space, and sometimes it's different from where they have their events.
Yeah.
So the office space would be your mailing address. So that's the address that you would use.
So important.
So it could be, sorry.
No, man, go ahead.
It could be even a member's home that you store your records. You consider to be your office space. So that's the address that you would use.
Because importantly is you want to determine where you would accept mail. So that's really the determining factor. So that answers your question. Okay, great. So we're moving along now to...
Just to say,
sure.
The reason for you needing a registered address is that if you are to receive any legal notification, there has to be an address on file for government for them to send you that legal notification. So if you enter into contract with an entity, in the contract, it will often stipulate that any communication must be sent to and an address is listed there. All right? So you normally want that to be your registered address.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that. So we're going to continue now to part 3 where it says bank-specific requirements. Minimum deposit in the specific currency for the account that you're going to be opening. As we have seen earlier, some institutions don't require a minimum deposit. So it says types of accounts available, checking, savings in whatever currency, bank officer contact or appointment made, completed application and supporting forms, Our signature is required to attend in person. So all of this now will come down to the level of research you're doing because you don't want the back and forth either. So what I would suggest you do, whatever questions you might have, go to the bank, find out the answers to these questions, and then you go. Once you have a full understanding of everything, and you have all the documentation, you go in now to have the account established. Can documents be submitted in part? This is a tricky one. If it is that you can avoid submitting documents in part, if it's avoidable. One, first of all, if the bank will accept it, that's a different case. But if it's avoidable, I would suggest you submit everything all at once. Because some stuff get lost. Sometimes you don't remember. You would think, oh, me did give you this and you actually didn't. Or it's misplaced. So what I'd say, because if it is that we cannot proceed with all the documents and we have some, possibility exists where it might be mislaid. And then when you come back now you hear, so, oh, the proof of address is not there. Or sometimes people take longer than is required to come back. And you hear, so by the time you come back, the proof of address has expired. So that's another trip for you to make to the bank. So I'm encouraging, if it's avoidable, take everything all at once and see if you can get it completed in in as short a time as is possible. Do documents require notarization? This is important as well. So it all comes back to the research that you'd be doing. And is there a timeline within which the submission of documents must be completed? Because sometimes there is. And this timeline, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it goes back to the expiration of the document. So what is the shelf life of a proof of address form? In some instances it is 3 months, some instances it is 6 months. But if it is, I don't think you want to, if you've started the process, I don't see why you're going to be waiting 6 months to open the account. Because you're losing time here, and also you'll be losing funding from some of the donors who might want to send you some funding, but they don't have anywhere to put it, and they're not going to be putting it, they're not going to give you the cash, and they're not going to put it in your personal account. So ask about the following services and obtain supporting documents for your records. So what I want you guys to recognize from this is that a lot of this process resides with you and the research that you do, the information that you go out and seek to find. One, opening the operating hours for the bank. The bank can't open 8:30 to 2:30 and you come 3 o'clock. Two, applicable interest rates for your account type and others you may want to open. This is good. Online banking to accommodate dual approvals. So you have to decide, you have to determine what obtains in their online banking platform. Transaction fees and limits, number and frequency. This is something that you have to pay attention to as well. Transaction processing times, because certain things are time sensitive. Cash handling limits. Dispute resolution process. Change of signatory process. Access to statements and transaction history reports. And number 10, account mandate. May outline terms of service such as dispute resolution, avenues for recourse, rules for access to funds, etc. All right. So there is an action plan template as page 3 of your checklist. So what it says here, it says action plan template, opening your bank account, bank of choice. So you don't have to complete this now, but let's just go through it, and in your own time, you can fill it out here. So it says bank of choice, branch, contact person, phone or email. So your task now is to, based on what we have done before, just give me 1 minute, please. What we've done before, you will have to determine what is missing from your checklist and what you need to work on. So we are given a homework. So it says here, collect missing documents. And what you can do for accountability, you can assign a responsible personnel. So say for instance, Mr. Knight, we can say, all right, you are the one who is going to be responsible for collating or getting the proof of address for your organization. So we know that there's a point person. So we're not, at our next meeting, we're not wondering, oh, hey, was it Sasha or was it Mr. Knight or was it Roma? We know exactly that it's Mr. Knight who is in charge or responsible for that. Draft and approve resolution for signatories. Schedule appointment with the bank. Submit application with all documents. Account information received from the bank. Online access arranged. So this is very practical, but at the same time, very, very important. Because we want to ensure that you guys are moving ahead. So this template here should be your guide to ensuring that you have all that you need, for, barring none. Or if there's anything that is outstanding, this is what will help you to get there to open that account if you don't have it. So support needed or next steps, copying and notarization of documents, group members who will join, support needed from partners. So this here, ladies and gentlemen, is something I want you to keep close to you. So ensure that you utilize it, keep it under your pillow that you know lost it, whatever the case might be. So, sorry? Or make extra copies, yes, true. Yes, Marjorie, yes.
We wanted a cash flow projection as well.
Oh, so you're putting that on the list? Okay, so as Marjorie pointed out, there's an organization or a bank that they approached that wanted a cash flow projection for their organization. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to the research that you do and the bank that will satisfy your needs. You have a question, Mr. Knight?
A proof of address. If you don't have one, you can write yourself a letter, take it to the post office, and they stamp it, and take it back, and you have a proof of address there.
It has a postmark envelope. All right, do we have any other? You had a question, I'm sorry. Yes.
My question is, if a group have only one signatories, can that affect us from being registered?
So I'll have Mrs. Walker quickly answer. Oh, thank you.
No, it's not best practice to have one signatory. And most banks require 2 or 3.
Or 3. Because, and I mean, for obvious reasons, anything can happen. Anything at all can happen. So to protect yourselves and in terms of best practices, you're encouraged to have more than one, at least 2 or 3. Any further questions? Going once, going twice. You have a question? Number 4, page what? So it says memorandum or articles of association or incorporation. So it depends on what the organization is. So remember, some things might not apply to you, you know. So if it is that there are articles of association or incorporation in order for you to establish the organization, then so it would be at the point of establishing your organization. So the bank will just need these if it is that you have them. But as I said, certain things might not be applicable to your organization here. All right. Sorry? A scenario. All right. Mr. Knight has a scenario. Here's a bank. Here's
The signatures for the bank. They were traveling in a car down Spur Street. They crashed and they died. What happened next now? How do we get our funds?
All right, so probably, let's say they migrated. Well, if them dead, them dead. So, as unfortunate as it is. Sorry? They've got, yes, they have gone elsewhere. Ali, you have a question? Yeah. You have a scenario? You have a response to this? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so you said one of the signatories died, right?
All of them.
All of them.
We don't know why, but Mr. Knight said all of them did.
All right, so what they can do, you know, they can actually go and get a letter of administration to administrate on the account, which the bank will accept.
Well, the bank will accept,
so
yes.
somebody from the entity will actually apply for that one, like a power of attorney, you know? But
because, I must see, is it a case where you had an incident similar? Because you need to provide proof of the death of the individuals.
I'm sure that you could also have minutes and a special meeting and appoint new signatories too. I don't see why that wouldn't be. You have to.
But remember, you know, they would have died, so we want to confirm that the persons have passed. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Beverly.
You're dealing with personality, personnel, and you deal with a business. If the person dies, then you do administration. But the business does not die. So the minutes of the meeting will determine who now signs on the account.
Oh, I take your point. So, did everybody hear that? You want Beverly to repeat? All right, just repeat for me.
Oh, what I'm saying, He was talking about a person dying and about letters of administration. That's for something that is personal, like Beverly or Marie or die. But the business doesn't die. So if the personnel, the signatories on the business die, the meeting will be convened, the minutes will be provided, and the signatories are chosen and reported to the bank.
I think that's in support of Marjorie's point. All right, thank you so much. So we're learning as we go along. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so that now takes me to Sasha's question. All right.
It's not really a question, it's an observation.
All right, fine.
Mr. Knight's question brought up something to me, and what the
Mr. Knight's scenario about the people who died?
Yes.
Okay.
And what the gentleman said. You did say that they'd need to provide proof of death. Proof of death.
Repeat that.
They would need to provide the proof of death to the bank.
No. So the minutes, as Beverly said, the minutes to determine who can now be signatories on the account would be sufficient to access
so
the
sure
funds.
that the person who come to you telling the truth?
About the death of the person?
Yes.
Well, I mean... Siri, so repeat that, Marjorie.
No, man, I'm coming from his
You want to make a point as well, Stephanie? Sure. All right, guys, so this one has prompted much debate. 1 minute, please.
All right, so be reminded that a minute is considered a legal document. So when you do your minutes, your secretary, whomever prepared the minutes, will have to sign to say prepared by. And then the president will also have to sign to it, right? So once you take that to the bank, it is something that the bank will accept. The bank may also ask you to provide the register from the meeting, and also be reminded that your minutes will have the attendees outlined in the document. So the bank will accept it. I have seen where the bank, NCB, Scotiabank, other banks would have accepted it. But there are some critical things that need to be in the minutes. So say, for example, you want to remove John Brown because John Brown would have migrated. John Brown would have died. And then you state those are the person who you wish to add to the account. And don't be surprised if the bank asks that the signatories that are on it and are alive return with their records to be updated.
Also, if you are registered with companies, hello, my lady who likes her gifts. So, if you are registered with Companies Office of Jamaica, you would be required to make the change there first, and then you would take that to the bank. So you would have to post a notice where you're going, you change your directors. Again, as Stephanie mentioned, you would have to submit to Companies Office as well, where the board indicated that we're changing Stephanie to now Tamara. And you would submit that, you would get the change done at Companies Office, and so you would then take that to show who your new directors are to the bank to say these are your new signatories.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. You have a
All
question,
right, so currently what obtains in Manchester for the groups that we work with across Manchester, say for example, you're changing somebody from your group. Now you would come to the SDC or you would write a letter to us to state somebody has died, etc., somebody has migrated, and the SDC would now update that letter, which you would now take to the bank, and then they would make the necessary changes. So that's what we do currently in Manchester for our groups.
All right.
Caron, before
yes,
you
Rose.
go on, just to point out as well, point Stephanie made about changing out of directors. It has a time frame on it. So
Very important, guys.
we don't
Listen to
have
this.
all year to do it. I think it's something like 60 days.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not remembering now, but there could be a charge. Well, there is a charge, but what I'm not remembering now is if the longer you stay, 5,000, right, there's a charge. So it
So
needs to be done.
if you go over the 60 days to have the change done, you're charged 5,000.
No, there's a change fee.
Oh, okay, fine.
I'm not recalling if you drag it out for 60 and 90 and more, if
Uh-huh.
it's going to cost you more.
I understand. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I don't hear nobody talk about like you're registering your company. If I'm registering my company and you are using that name, they're gonna have a research. I can't use it. I can't use it until it go to the head office and they research somebody. I'm using John Doe, and the next person is using John Doe. All right, just the juice. Somebody is using just the juice already. So I would be liable to use just the juice because one of our member have just the juice, and right now he has a problem because somebody is using just the juice already.
Oh, I see.
Yes, so I want you to tell them that whenever time they are doing business, they have to, you come up with a name, but they're going to research if somebody else is using that name. If even one word in the name, you can be sued.
Thank you so
Right.
much. What's your name, please?
Carmen.
Okay, Carmen. Thank you so much for your contribution. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that closes off. You had a question? Oh. That closes off this segment, and we're going to make one final attempt at the Kahoot game that caused so much problems earlier. And who want prizes for win? Stephanie? You ready up yourself for your Kahoot game? There's a prize to be won. All right, so Omar, you're coming to take us through the Kahoot. All right, so Omar will take us through the Kahoot and then we will close. So quick fingers, accurate answers.
So let's just hope that the internet will be in our favor and the connectivity issues are sorted, because we do want to hand over the prizes that we have. Oh, you're welcome. Because you're all winners. Oh, there's a suggestion that we give it to the table that talks the most. So the most. Which table is that? Which table is that? So this morning when we began, we heard that this table was the livelier table. Is that true? Okay. How about this table? Okay, this table is saying okay. Remember now. Yeah, the end of no grand proposal. No, I wondered if the person who said that they used a particular word to describe themselves in the weather forecast. I wondered if you let the omen gods heard, and this is what's happening now. But we who are sunny and sunshiny, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You made me happy. We are beaming with sunshine. And the farmer is saying that he wants to oh wow, I didn't even have to give the instructions. We're already logging on. Okay, so the game pin is on the screen. It's 862673. And just a reminder, this one is testing your knowledge on the presentation that was done by Richardo and Stephanie on grand proposal writing. So let's see. And everybody should have the first question correctly. I'm still going to maintain that. Yes? All right, let's see where we're stacking up. We are at 36. All right. So we can start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the games begin. Right? Grant proposal writing. First question is, what is one of the biggest challenges in writing an award-winning grant proposal? On red, we have ignoring the community's needs. On blue, we have not understanding and clearly stating the problem. On orange, we have not having enough money. On green, we have writing too much content. What is one of the biggest challenges is writing an award-winning grant proposal. All right, 37 answers are locked in, and let's see. All right, we have 34. Shelly-Ann is in the lead, all right. Question number 2. What should a good problem statement in a proposal include? On red, we have a list of organizations involved, a catchy title only. On blue, on orange, donors' financial targets. On green, beneficiary data, donor goals, and research evidence. What should a good proposal statement, problem statement rather, in a proposal include? Let's see. Let's see. All right, 34, beneficiary data, donor goals, and research evidence. All right, Anissa, that's the right one. And Shelly-Ann in second, Stephanie in third. Okay, let's see. What is gender responsive budgeting focused on? All right, on red we have only women's issue. On blue we have general financial allocations. On orange, gender equality outcomes based on analysis. And on green we have budgeting for men's groups. GRB, what is it focused on? All right, there's a All right, let's see. All right, does that look like what everybody else said? No? Okay, yes. Let's see the leaderboard. Anissa is still leading. Shelly-Ann is still in second. Trisha is now in third. But Brian, we see you. In Leafville Water Project, why were men not assisting with water collection? This should be interesting. On red, its cultural norms prevented it. On blue, they were not home during water supply times. On orange, they were uninterested. On green, only women were allowed. So why were the men not assisting in water collection? Let's see. They were not home during water supply time. All right. Oh, Shelly-Ann. Shelly-Ann has overtaken in the lead, and Brian, Michaela is now on the board. Chat again. All right. What was the reason some women were leaving Leaving skills training earlier? You remember the scenarios? So on red, they didn't like the trainer. On blue, they had to pick up their children. On orange, they were uninterested. On green, they had no transportation. Let's see, we are counting down. 2, 1, let's see. They had to pick up their children. Do you remember that? All right, Shelly-Ann is maintaining her dominance. What is the first step in developing a gender-responsive budget? It's the first step. On red, we have writing the final report. On blue, we have creating a team. On orange, we have setting a timeline. And on green, we have gender analysis using data. What is the first step in developing a gender-responsive budget? All right, all 38 answers are locked in. There we go. All right, let's see the leaderboard. Oh, Brian, and Chad again. Not Steph. Okay. All right. What should inclusive budgeting consider? On red, we have only the direct beneficiaries. On blue, we have government policies only. On orange, everyone impacted, including indirect beneficiaries. And on green, only children. What should inclusive budgeting consider? All right. Okay, Brian is still in the lead, and Chad again is still staying there. All right, what makes a proposal strong in the eyes of funders? Is it red, it avoids budget, blue, it outlines communities' risk and sustainability actions, on orange, it focuses on a single group only, and on green, it's short and funny. What makes a proposal strong in the eyes of funders? All right, answer revealed. All right, oh, Brian is maintaining his dominance. Okay, let's see. Question number 9. We had, what is a sign of a strong organization? Is it a red, good governance and financial management systems? Blue, one person makes all the decisions. Orange, no financial records. Green, working without a bank account. What is a sign of a strong organization? We're counting down. 3, 2, 1. Let's see. Red, good governance and financial management systems. That makes your organization strong. And Brian. All right, next. The final question. What must be included in the budget to support gender equality outcomes? On red, we have marketing plans. On blue, we have staff salaries only. On orange, only fixed costs. And on green, we have specific allocations tracked and reported. Let's see. We're still waiting on one response to come in. Is it that that person said, oh, I know who's going to win? I'm not going to put in my answer. All right. Specific allocations tracked and reported. And let's see the podium and the point standing. We have Chad again in third. We have Nats in second. And in first place, we have Brian. Congratulations, Brian. And we'll ask J and Small Business Division to make a presentation of a basket to Brian. Brian, could you make your way up and please announce the organization that you are representing?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm representing the Social Development Commission and also Fairfield United Cricket Academy.
All right, and we will ask now Nats to come forward and to receive her prize, and Sidonie Pretty will make the presentation. Oh, Mrs. Miller will make the presentation to her. Congratulations, Natalie. And in third place, Chad. Chad again. Natalie?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chadwick Hewitt, and I'm a part of the Fairfield United Cricket Academy.
Okay. So how was that? How was that? Do you want the game? I know. All right, so we are almost at the close of our workshop, and I did say and I did promise you that we're going to honor the time that we'd asked you to spend with us. We're a little bit over the time, but there is an end of workshop expectation check that we just want to ask you if we've met your expectations and what are some aha moments that you would have had. And so we're going to put on screen again another Kahoot to take that expectation check. And then the next voice you will hear is that of our host, who will come and close the workshop formally. So the game pin for the expectation check is 758-5277. That's 758-5277. So remember now, if you are still using the old Kahoot that you used just now for the gun proposal writing knowledge check, you will have to refresh it and re-enter the new game pin, which is 758-5277. So we're at, is that 26? 26, we just had 38. So let's give you all a next minute or two before we start the game. $33. Okay, we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's begin. All right, so we're taking an expectation, end of workshop. Let's see. If your mood was a weather forecast and don't pay attention to what's happening outside, what would it be? So we're asking again. All right, to give you enough time to put in your answers. $33, $34, somebody still typing. 35. All right, we're almost there. One more. There we go. Windy, warm, good, rain, awesome, tropical, change of sunshine, blissful, sunny, sunshine, sun, great, bright and sunny, cloudy, rainy, showers of blessings, bright, fine. Okay, awesome. And then the next, what's one word you'd use to describe how you are feeling after the workshop? We have 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. 4 more. 35, 36, 37, and final person. We're waiting on you. All right. One person. If you put your answer in, we'll go straight to it. All right, 19, 18, 16, 15. 40. All right, thank you. Encouraging, like that, fruitful, wonderful, appreciative, competitive, empowered, but in big and bold. So many of you said that knowledgeable, informed, capacitated, happy, satisfied, extremely blessed, fabulous, super sad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. All right, and finally, all right. And this is multiple answers. You could have multiple responses. What was your aha moment today? On red, we have, I know what a financial management system is. On blue, I know the requirements for opening a bank account for my organization. On orange, I understand how to budget. And on green, I know the financial records I should keep and how to keep them. Oh, somebody said that I'm missing. Which one am I missing? Somebody says their aha moment was the Kahoot moment. All right, so we are at 28 responses, 30, 32. $34, 4 more to go. 35. Oh, you got kicked out. Okay. All right. All right. So we know we'll not move because somebody got kicked out. So let's count down together. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, awesome. Right across the board. That's what we're looking for. Right across the board. Thank you so much for your participation. I'll now hand you back over to the host of the workshop.
All right, thank you so much, Omar. And, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this, what I will classify as a successful workshop. Would you guys agree? Yes. All right, so give yourselves a round of applause. You have been a wonderful audience today. You have participated well, and everybody won. Which, we don't have so much prize. We have any prizes left, Omar? But remember, you guys got prizes in the form of knowledge. So you guys are going home wealthy. Sasha, you shouldn't even know what your prizes are, Tangible. All right, so we have prizes for the, is it all three, Omar? Who does? You get praise? You fight for you. I like that. Sasha, up here, fight for your friend, guys. All right, so before we close and before we get into the prize giving, I just want to say thank you to our partners, CDB, LEAF, the Social Development Commission, Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies, and the Jane Financial Academy. Oh, everybody will be getting some candy. If you're, sorry? Kisses for all, yes. So who is sharing? Sorry? In the form of chocolate. I can understand the need for clarity. So I'm guessing then that everybody is leaving happy this evening, right? Oh, Omar, please, I'm asking to ensure that Mr. Knight gets a prize. Begging you, Omar. And if you have enough to stretch to Sasha, may I try fight for a prize for you. No. Oh, Jesus. Well, let me ensure that I get one from you. Get one bottle? Okay, wonderful. Jesus.
I'm encouraging people to
You are, and I like
promoting.
Mr. Knight, you got your prize? No, that me can't understand. Hold on. Omar, we have any more bottles? Like one pen? Okay. Sasha, you stress me out. What happened now? What's that? Oh, yes. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we, as I said, we're at the end of our workshop this evening. I hope you guys are leaving here better than you came. Oh, good, good. That was a resounding yes. So have yourselves a wonderful evening. Take the best care of yourselves and go and utilize that which you have learned in this session to make your communities even better and more financially strong. Have yourselves a good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and safe travel home. Thank you so much.